Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. If you could all stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, is there any public comment? Okay, noting no public comment, can I get a verification of the posting of the agenda, please?
Tara Adams, for the record, the agenda was posted on the 12th day of February 2026 between the hours of 11 and 3 p.m. at all of the locations listed on the agenda in accordance with statutes.
Thank you, Tara. Can I get a motion to approve this agenda as submitted?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve this agenda as submitted.
Mr. Chair, I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. 6A, appointments. Department budget hearings will be presented for informational purposes only, and no action will be taken. Appointments may run ahead or behind a schedule, and these times are estimated appointment times. Department presentations may be moved around to accommodate schedules if necessary. Department should watch the live webcasting to determine how the hearings are proceeding, to be present when their department is ready to be heard. Keep in mind that the live stream is somewhat delayed, and the meeting is actually further progressed than what is shown. So with that, we went over kind of the briefing yesterday. Sherry, do you have anything to add from yesterday's briefing? No. Okay, nothing from you guys? Okay, we'll start off with our first appointment is Justice Court.
Good morning. I think green is on, right? Okay. Ben Trotter, Justice of the Peace. I want to thank you, Board, for your support over the years. It has been fun over the years with the county here. We've all had to go through interesting times. You'll look at my budget, and I think what I initially submitted had a $15,000 capital outlay, and was regarding a audit that we have done every 4 years on our accounting system. The Comptroller's Office moved that to a contract services increase. This year is what my understanding is supposed to be the year we're supposed to have that. Well, this coming budget year. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. We haven't heard anything specific on that. So I was just setting it aside in case that happens. I also had in a reclassification of one of our clerks, Daylin Rueda. She's been with us for, it'll be 2 years in April. I've actually got that on the agenda for April commissioners meeting for approval of that, so it matches her anniversary date. So it's only a small increase in the actual fiscal year budget that we're dealing with today. So I don't know that that's really something that needed to be on my budget, since it's now going to be presented to the commissioners at a meeting. Otherwise, I think we have some small increases. I've been going through all of our digitizing personally, going through all of our civil stuff and digitizing it. And so we had a very rather mild increase in our shredding costs, because we need to get rid of those case files and create space for new stuff. And I think that was kind of it. I wasn't able to pull up Tyler. I don't have it on my desktop anymore. Nobody does, I don't believe. So I don't have each specific item that I increased. I would be happy to answer any questions. You may have it and may be able to remind me of some of that. So.
Thank you, Judge Trotter. Any questions or comments from board or staff?
I just have one question. That's kind of a normal progression, right? After 2 years, you're not a trainee, you've met all the
That is
requirements.
correct. Typically, this would have actually been done in last year's budget, so that it would have already been reflected. But since it wasn't, we would typically bring this before you in April or March, so that it can be acted on and not have any impact to the employee.
And I did most assuredly last budget season overlook that it was coming up. So I think we're still going to be fine, because we'll have some space in our salaries to cover the small difference for the rest of this fiscal year.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Judge Trotter.
Thank you.
We'll jump to court services.
Good morning, Brenda Ingram, Court Services. My budget request is very easy this year. Our caseload remains high, but it kind of fluctuates within plus or minus 10 or 15 people at the 100 cases mark, and it has allowed us to kind of settle in on the resources that it requires to supervise these people. Our main costs are drug tests and ankle monitors, the costs associated with those. And I have not had a price increase in the 15 years since I negotiated those prices. So I am not asking for anything in services and supplies. The one thing I have included in my budget request is, we've talked about it several times, a reclassification of one of my court services specialists to a senior court services specialist. As I explained to you at your tour, I am more than happy to let that shake out with the compensation and reclassification study. But I was instructed by Chris and Joe to include it in my budget in case it's not addressed by them. I would like a court services specialist to be reclassified to a senior court services specialist that has a little bit of supervisory ability and reflects the duties that she performs now. That comes at a cost of about $4,300. There may be a discrepancy with my numbers. There was a discrepancy between the numbers I got from Joe and the numbers that the comptroller's office uses because of when merit increases hit. So I was not able to get into Tyler either, but it's around $4,300, $4,400 a year that would cost.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Any questions or comments for court services? Okay, thank you for your time. Jump to public defender.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Mr. Jacob Summer for the Office of Public Defender here in Churchill County. You have heard me many times talk about the value and importance of the work we do in our office. And I won't dwell on that, but as you know, our office's work is not a discretionary program. It is an important constitutional obligation. And when our office is resourced and staffed, we can move cases more effectively. We can have individuals resolve cases quickly. We can reduce crime, and we can ensure that cases are timely heard in a way that's responsible and consistent with the Constitution. Over the past couple of years, as my office has worked with the county manager and with the board, we have been trying creative things to try to get to meet the state standard that has been required. And over the course of the last couple of years, we have made significant progress on that. We currently have 5.5 full-time attorneys that are employed within the indigent defense system in Churchill County. And as I said, we don't want to lose that momentum. I have in my office one commitment from our legal intern to stay to fill that last attorney spot in my office. And then there is some promising interest in the alternate public defender's spot there. So we have been quite successful in making some, what I would consider to be significant progress there. And that means that Churchill County is going to be able to meet the compliance deadline by August of 26, which is encouraging indeed. So this provides some context to the budget information that you have in front of you and my request to you today. First, with respect to the line items, for instance, operating and supplies and things like that, we obviously continue to evaluate our costs and our expenditures there and try to be responsible with those funds. Ultimately, the request that I make for those line items is lower this year than it was last year. And that's just simply a reflection of dialing in what we need and what we don't and those kind of things. So we have a little bit better understanding of it, and so my request is lower. Second, I have submitted some targeting staffing changes that are very important for our office. These staffing changes have been expected, and these are changes that have been discussed over the past years, but have been unnecessary until now. Because of the increase in our staff attorneys, these support staff requests are now extremely important. So, as it relates to my first request and highest priority, this is a reclassification for our senior legal secretary to a legal office services supervisor. Our office growth has increased the administrative oversight obligations for me, and the workflow management has expanded a great deal as we take on more cases in our office. So this reclassification would reflect much of the job that's already being done beyond the current description that my assistant is supposed to be working under. It would allow me to focus on the two important areas that I cannot delegate, which is supervision of staff attorneys and in representation of clients. I carry a full caseload, and so those two areas are very important, a priority. And so staff management and all of the things that come with that is something that needs to be delegated to ensure that my time can be effective. I estimate, and we could talk about how I get to this number, but I estimate that the net cost to Churchill County for this reclassification after reimbursement from DIDS would be $700. My second request is for a new legal secretary position. Again, our growth has greatly increased the demand on our current secretarial staff. We have 2 legal secretaries, and we have 4 attorneys in my office alone. So this demand in increased secretarial staff support is not sustainable. 1 additional secretary is necessary right now to ensure that we prevent burnout issues, but also to allow us to be more efficient in terms of assignments from attorneys, who reports to whom and who handles which cases. So greater organization and management and reporting is very helpful, especially with clarity. I estimate after reimbursement from DIDS on a yearly basis that the total cost to Churchill County would be $4,400 for that position. And that, just to be clear, that includes wages and benefits as well. My third request is for a social worker and liaison position. As over the years as I've talked about this, I think you've heard ad nauseum about how I feel about the benefits of this, but in recognition of the significant pressures that the commission is facing and the difficult issues that are coming, I would just say that this is a low priority. It would be very helpful. I think there's a number of ways that it could benefit our community and our office to make sure that we serve our indigent defense clients better. But I am willing to pull that for a discussion, for instance, just table it till next year. I'm not sure what the gravity of all of what you're dealing with, but you know that this is an important thing for me, at least. I believe it's something that we need to really seriously consider. So I'm willing to pull it. I'm not going to be heartbroken if we don't get that, but it is something that would be very helpful for our clients and for the efficiency of our office. Just for your information, I estimate that position would probably, after DIDS reimbursement, would be $3,750 for that position, and that includes wages and benefits. I can answer any questions about my requests. Those are the 2 main priorities, and of course the third that I just talked about. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any that you have regarding any of this at all. Thank you very much for your help and your support over this period of time as we've been building our team.
Thank you, Jacob. Any questions or comments from board or staff?
Yeah, I have a few questions. Chris Bross for the record. Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate it. Of the $766,000 in other salary and wages that you are asking for in your budget, how many deputy public defenders is included in that?
Well, I have one senior deputy public defender and two public defender twos, so three. It would be three, no, it would be four. I'm sorry, because that budget includes the anticipation of our current legal intern being converted to the attorney slot. So I need to have 5 full-time attorneys in my office to meet compliance, and Mr. Knoll needs to have 2. And so right now, I only have 4 attorneys, but I have the legal intern who will be barred at the end of this summer, and so she will convert into the full-time attorney. So that budget, I think if I'm answering your question, that budget includes 4 deputy attorneys.
Okay.
Yeah.
My other question is, at one point in time when we were going through this whole process, early in the hiring procedure of all these public defenders, one of those was supposed to very quickly go to the alternate public defender, and it looks like now you're building your stable of attorneys for yourself, and Wright has to kind of wait until the end. Is there any talk about moving one of your attorneys to the alternate public defender side, as was kind of discussed when we first started talking about this?
There hasn't been any serious talk about it. Certainly, that's something that we're willing to consider. I would say, I mean, perhaps Mr. Knoll can come and address this too as we talk, but the attorney requirements for Churchill County are 7.4. And so regardless of whether we do one at the alternate public defender's office now or later, we still have to get to 7.4. So all the applicants that are currently working, all the applicants that applied and are working for me applied to my office. It would be probably a conversation that would be somewhat awkward to raise to any of the attorneys saying, hey, will you go move over to another office, which they didn't apply for. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen or couldn't happen. It just is something that hasn't really been seriously raised. And as I said, I think Mr. Knoll has a promising interest in his open spot, or at least I hope it's going to be filled soon, and he can answer that. But did I answer your question,
Yes,
Chris?
yes.
Okay. It's doable, but we haven't discussed it at length.
Can I comment on that, Chris? Right now, for the record, one thing that Jake and I talked about, especially with this legal intern, is we're trying to build training for this legal intern, right? And so I think the natural flow would have been that legal intern would have gone to my office. The way cases are assigned is they go to Jacob first, and then Jacob gets to divide those cases out. The way that it's set up is most of the cases that come to me because there's a conflict in Jake's office. By putting the legal intern in Jake's office, it allows Jake to handpick a slate of cases that person can handle as they work their way through the experience of being able to handle all the cases. And so putting the legal intern there wasn't as much Jake, building his stable of attorneys as it was we want this person to have a good ramp up into being a deputy public defender, and that's the best way to get it. And once we get them there, we can reallocate them based on the need.
Okay, that's a fair point. So help me understand, you get the cases when there's a conflict in Jake's office, and right now you are handling all those cases on your own. Is there enough conflict that, aside from meeting the compliance of the 7.4 that's required, is there a need in your office? Is there such an impact of the overflow that has to come from Jake's office that you need to have that other attorney? Or is it merely for compliance? And maybe we can talk about that when it's your turn. I don't want to take away from Jake, but it kind of involves the both of you, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I guess here's my perspective on it, and Mr. Knoll can weigh in. I think there is a need, and we don't only send conflict cases to Mr. Knoll. Some cases that would not be a normal conflict case can go to Mr. Knoll's office. The point of the 7.4 is to spread out the workload that Churchill County has in terms of the number of cases among enough attorneys to make sure that there's no attorney or attorneys who are overloaded with cases. So that 7.4 addresses the caseload, which means, traditionally the alternate public defender's office does take conflict cases, and so those are shifted. But there are some additional cases that go over to make sure that caseloads are managed between all 7.4 attorneys. That's how that's why the number is 7.4 and not, some other number. It's 0.4 because of the number of cases we have in Churchill County.
And then I guess my final question with all that is, you had said that there's a deadline of August 26th to fulfill this obligation that came out of this report or this requirement from the state. What's the impact or what's the penalty if we don't meet that?
I think if you were to ask Indigent Defense, they would say there are any number of things that could happen, including that funding for reimbursement would be potentially curtailed, those kinds of things. I don't know that they know the full extent of it, because this is a brand-new process that they're just trying to get up and running. I don't know what the response was. I think you can probably... I know one potential consequence is that they could come in and have state oversight of how this is run. In effect, the state could come in and say, actually, we're going to be way more involved now, and we're going to tell you how to do this and what to do. And I think that's something we, as Churchill County residents, probably want to avoid, but it's not real clear, if I'm being honest. There are probably things that we could anticipate or think about, but we don't know.
I mean, we have legitimately tried to fill these positions, and there's counties out there that I am confident are never going to meet their requirements of what has been set for them, as opposed to in terms of number of attorneys.
I will say, I can't speak for the Board of Indigent Defense, although there's one of those board members here today, but I think that we have been doing such work as makes that board very happy with the progress we've made. At the last Department of Indigent Defense board meeting, there was specific discussion about the progress that Churchill County has made and how it's the shining star and example of this process that is moving forward. And I would just add to that this isn't just for state compliance. This is an important system that should have already been in place. This should have already been in place 6, 7, 10 years ago. We're just now, as a community, meeting those obligations, in part because the state said, hey, we need to make sure we're meeting them, and here's some standards. But this is not just about meeting the standards that are imposed upon us. This is the right thing to do and the obligation that we have as government under the tenets of our Constitution. So I realize that we talk a lot about state mandates and requirements and things, but this is just simply something that should have already been going on.
And I understand that. And, there's a fine line between meeting a requirement to provide the best legal representation that you can, or meeting a requirement to meet that obligation, and are you actually giving the best legal representation that you can because you're filling a position because of a requirement. So anyway, I thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Jacob, so your social worker that you're willing to put off another year, do you think that would help lessen the reoffender if we can get them the help they need in that area?
I sincerely do. And here's the reason I say that. There are many times that I sit with a client who is in a situation that they cannot resolve. They have no money. They've been in jail for months. They have nowhere to live. They have no resources and no support system, no family. There are many times that if we can connect them with the important resources such as jobs and housing and how to set up a bank account to pay the fines that they have to pay so that they can pay their restitution instead of working under the table and kind of doing things in a shady way. If we can connect those people with those resources in a way that's meaningful, they will then be able to lift themselves in ways that I can't, as an attorney, really do. I mean, I can do it, but I don't have the time because I have a lot of other cases and a lot of other things to do. So I'm working on the immediate legal problem for that client. But if we had some way to connect them with those resources and solve the problems, we would have way less likely situations where people would just be I don't know what to do. I guess the stress in my life is resulting in this kind of habit that I've always had. And so it's complicated, but I sincerely believe that that kind of resource would be extremely valuable for our clients. And I could provide dozens of names of people in the last year alone where I wished with all my heart that I could walk them down the hall and say, this person needs a bank account. Can you take them over and help them to figure out how this will work? Or will you walk them over and connect them with this community resource so that they can get this done? Can you take them over to New Frontier to introduce them to their counselor and get them started in this process so that we know that it happens? Just dozens and dozens of times. It happens all the time. So I believe that that would be a super valuable resource to us in terms of recidivism alone.
And second part to that is there anything that we have in social services or CNHD that can bridge that gap and work with your office?
A little bit. The Office of Social Services has at least one position that we try to connect clients with. They are not supervised by me. They're with social services, and they have been helpful. But they also have other duties and obligations in that. And so I don't know what amount of time they can spend in kind of hand-holding some of these really important cases that we have. But we have tried to reach out to one of the offices there, and it's been helpful. So that has been helpful. It's just something that we do when real dire need happens. And I guess the big concern I have about that is not so much about their ability. It's just they're not in my office that I can't walk down the hall and say, hey, can you help me? What's going on with this particular situation? So that's a little difficult, but it's been helpful.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have one question. When you're talking about how we're the star of the board for indigent defense, how do the other counties, how are they doing with their hiring? Are we like way above them? Are they almost close to their goals? Do you know that information?
I don't know the information. I know that there's some progress being made, but I don't know. I don't think I could be confident enough to give you numbers. I know that Elko is working on a couple of things. I think they just hired someone, but I don't know, generally speaking, about all the counties. I think there's some improvement, but I think Churchill County has been far and above in terms of getting this whole process done in a way that's consistent. You know, we used to get visits from the Department of Indigent Defense on a regular basis, but anymore they are visiting with other counties. And I regularly talk to the executive director, but I think other counties are making progress. That's probably the best I can say, but I don't know what their numbers are. Yep.
I could probably help with that answer a little bit. Churchill County is sort of seen as the star because they've been able to achieve employees to do the work. And the other counties are still, they're contract labor to attorneys, and that's how they're solving their issue at the moment, is through contract attorneys. But a lot of the outlying areas are having a lot of struggles trying to get what we got. So that's why we get the gold star.
I just hope that we continue this momentum. I think we're almost there. We're almost there.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Right, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Wright Knoll, Alternate Public Defender's Office. I don't have a lot for the board this morning. I did want to say I've been working with Assistant County Manager Sanford and with Sherry, Jacob, and Sue to put together a report. The reality is, as the county has made significant investments into this indigent defense, some of that cost has leaked into the county in terms of actual cost, more than I think we were expecting based on some of the promises that were made to us by the state of Nevada. In digging into the data, I think we've identified how those leakages are happening, and we've put together a plan to make sure that those are minimized. My expectation going forward based on this report, which I'm happy to distribute to anyone who wants it, Joe has a copy, but if anyone wants it, let me know and I'll send you a copy. My expectation based on our findings is that we can, even as we continue to add staff, the actual cost of the county will go down. And the reason that is because the way that DIDS calculates their reimbursement is they take the entire budget for a department like Jake's or mine, and then they track the number of hours that are spent by lawyers on non-criminal cases. So that's cases like guardianships and cases like your child protective services cases. DIDS then takes the total amount of that budget and they reduce that budget by the percentage of time that was spent doing non-criminal work. That's not very fair to the county in a lot of ways because there's things that get reduced as far as reimbursement goes that were going to be cost to the county whether we were doing non-criminal stuff or not, right? Like computers, you're going to need a computer as a lawyer whether you're doing 100% criminal or not, but because of the way they reimburse us, we take a hit for a lot of that stuff. Based on that calculation, as we continue to add lawyers, the percentage of hours that we spend on non-DIDS projects will go down, which means that the hit that the county takes as far as non-reimbursed dollars will go down. For example, in my office, based on the numbers that we're getting from DIDS and the numbers that you look at my budget, by adding another lawyer, the actual cost to the county will go down from about $31,000 a year down to about $17,000 a year. That's just because we've increased the criminal hours, which makes the civil hours a lower percentage, which means that the reimbursement hit is less. I think that's an important finding because those actual costs were leaking into the county at a significant rate. And I think being able to kind of plug that hole is important. The only thing I'm asking for today is I have a legal secretary, Tara, who's done a lot of good work for us. The reality of her job is it's more in line with a senior legal secretary and the fact that she keeps our budget. She does a lot more than just a normal legal secretary would do. I'm asking for reclassification for her from a legal secretary to a senior legal secretary. Total cost to the county is estimated about $2,700. After reimbursement, that looks more like $300. So that's all I'm asking for today. The rest of my budget stayed flat. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from board or staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris Bross for the record. I did read your memo, and I appreciate that because it did really help me understand that a whole lot better. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I'll ask you the same question that I asked Jake. The $165,000 that you are asking for in your other salaries and wages for regular time, does that include an additional public defender as well as your secretary or legal secretary?
It does, yeah. So those salaries include a legal secretary or hopefully a senior legal secretary and a deputy public defender 1.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You heard Mr. Summers say he had 5.5 attorneys?
I think he said he had 5.
He has 5, whatever he said. How many are you allocated right now? If you had the attorneys, how many slots would you have?
Are you asking how many positions are in my office?
Correct.
2.
How many?
2.
2? Okay, and how many of those are filled right now?
You're looking at him.
Okay.
Just
okay.
the one.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Wright. I appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
District Attorney and Child Support.
Come over there. I'm asking Ms. Sanford to join me because she did some of the work on this budget, and she can probably answer any questions you have at the end, since all I'm going to do is do most of the talking. Pursuant to my instructions from one of the commissioners, I'm supposed to keep this short, which is what I'm going to do. I'm only going to specifically address Form 4. I'll just point out that the district attorney's office, since I have been in office, have come in under budget every single year since 1999. Every single year we've been under budget. Although our budget has not always accounted for. The contribution from the state is child support, which is a third, and now we're getting a contribution from CC Communications for providing legal work for them, and from the health district. And so when we get those things, which aren't reflected necessarily in the budget, that would cut down on our budget even more. So I'll ask you to please keep that in mind. Specifically, I'll just simply address the things that are noteworthy about an additional request. We're requesting an additional, if I can read this, $450 to our account on books and periodicals due to the fact that LexisNexis has contracted, that we contract with to do legal research, which helps the attorneys better utilize their time. It's gone from $8,600 to $9,050. That's not anything that's within our control. That's just a normal cost of business in that particular area. We're also requesting an additional $7,900 for contracted services due to the need for a new security system. Unfortunately, with the new phone system the county put in, the security system is not compatible with that phone system. Therefore, we have to upgrade to a system that is. Our quote from Churchill County Com was $8,470. We had a different quote from another company of $7,900. That's the low bid in that particular area. We're also requesting additional $2,500 for printing and publishing. Because our office needs to cover the cost of state bar advertising. Previously, the Human Resources Department covered that cost, so it's just coming from one budget to another one, and we have to do that. As you know, we have vacancies in both the civil and the criminal division, and we have to advertise in a minimum the State Bar Journal, and that will go toward covering that cost, which was previously covered by Human Resources. We're requesting an additional $500 to cover our telephone costs. The reason for that is also the new phone system that was put in did not account for the fact that we have a receptionist with 8 lines coming in, and under the new system, you cannot help me get this right, Charlotte. Chelsea, under this new system, the secretary cannot put a call on hold and transfer it to another line. She can't answer 2 calls at once, in other words. And at our office, when we have both secretaries and child supports coming in, we have secretaries up front that's supposed to answer all the calls, and the machine won't do it, won't let us do it. Because, for whatever reason, no one checked with us when we got this new phone system. And that will help us utilize that. Otherwise, every time somebody calls, and if there's one line in use, they will get the voicemail prompt, which I think is very frustrating to all of us when we're dealing with a government office. And I would like to prevent that from happening with the district attorney's office because of oversight in the system that they purchased. We're also requesting an increase for utilities, which is just standard because they've increased for us, and we need a replacement for the conference table in the civil division room has some damage that we would, including rings on the top and problem with the chairs. So we'd like to replace that at a cost of $1,500 to $5,000 so that we can have a professional area to have our conferences. We've had one there, commissioners are aware of, but we need to have a nice venue for that, and that's why we're asking for that. Now, those are the minor things that we've had. I'll be glad to answer any questions about those, but then I have some other remarks. Let's see, what am I saying? What? Oh, I'm sorry. On your Form 2, supplemental request personnel, it says 21, and we have 22 slots right now that we need to be filled, so that's an error. 21 is an error. That should be reflected as 22. That's your Form 2, supplemental request on personnel. Thank you, Chelsea. So any questions about my specific comments or objections?
Any questions or comments?
Because I have some closing remarks I need to make.
My only comment would be on the on the recruiting with the state bar, I would really like to see that stay in the HR office, and just so we can monitor everything that goes on, or so that Joe and Kim can.
And we have no problem with it, it has to need to be done.
And that's all I'm asking. If I would rather see it there. We just need the communication from, like, all the other departments. The library did the same thing. They wanted to make sure it advertised in a certain publication that they're a part of. And I would just rather see that with HR, as long as the communication stays open, that's where it needs to be
It
advertised.
just wasn't done this past couple of years, and so we'd like to have it. That's fine with us if we want to do it that way.
I would rather see it that way.
Okay?
And we can do that. I guess what I would say from HR's perspective is we just have to pick a number and how much we would like to do for that. As I mentioned yesterday, we'd already increased the budget from 2,500 to 5,000, which is enough for basically 2 advertisement pieces. If we're going to increase the number of positions, which we do extra advertisements for, it would just go up commensurately with that.
Any other questions or comments?
If not, I'll go into my closing remarks, if I may, Mr. Chairman. What I want to do briefly is talk about, I'll use the phrase, how the cow ate the cabbage. In other words, being a little bit practical. And let's put things in perspective. I don't want us to be another Minnesota. I don't think any of you want us to be either. By the way, one way to prevent recidivism, put people in prison. If they're in prison, they can't commit crimes. All the social programs are nice. I'm not a big fan of them, but they're nice. But if they're in prison, they're certainly not committing the crimes. That's another alternative we could certainly think about. Now, let's talk about the attorney situation. The public defender handles the cases that are appointed to it because the people are indigent and they cannot afford an attorney. There are other people who have been charged with crimes who hire private attorneys who represent them. So they don't receive every single criminal case that comes down through Churchill County. They receive a portion of those. And they have a total of, depending on how you read it, between 7 and 8 attorney slots. Now, if we want to talk about parity, then the district attorney's office needs at least 7 or 8 criminal attorney slots to equal the public defenders. Does that make sense? I mean, that's what they say, parity. Except we do all the paperwork. We draw up the indictments and the charges and the warrants and the search warrants, and send out discovery, copy the police files, send them out. We do all of those things that the public defender's office doesn't have to do, and yet we have only 2 attorneys working on the criminal side right now, in addition to Lane, who supervises them. And on the civil side, right now we have 1 attorney. We'll have 2 as of Monday, I hope. We need more than that, but we're introducing an AR system to the civil side to try to get that to compensate. But even if you add all that together, we still have less attorneys than the public defender's office, even though if the public defender had a human resources legal problem, guess who would handle it? The district attorney's office, because we're the attorneys for the county. So all of those factors need to be considered when we're talking about, you can do what you want to with the public defender's office. I'm not criticizing them or their budget or anything they want to do. That's up to them. Although I will say, for these people that need to know how to get to social services or open a bank account, there's something called giving them an address and telling them to go there. And then they can go there and talk to the banker or the service people. You don't have to have somebody holding their hand all the way through life. Maybe our society's evolved to that. I'm not a big fan of it, so I'll be honest with you. I don't think the people of Churchill County are a big fan of that type of approach. So we just keep that in mind. But the real thing is, if you want parity, then give us the same number of criminal attorneys that the public defenders have. That's fine. Then we'll be able to handle everything. And I know you'll say, well, the money comes from the state and we have to pay for the money in the county. That's fine, until you talk to the citizens and you say, here's what's happening in our legal system. Indigents are getting twice as much access to attorneys as we have for prosecution. Twice as much. Is that the way we want to run our county? Is that the type of atmosphere we don't live in? So my allusion to Minnesota might have been a little bit harsh, I don't think anyone's stealing any money, but I think maybe we should think about how we're spending our money and how wisely we're spending it. And if you could help us out, so at least we can provide the people the services that they, I believe, are entitled to and have come to expect from our county. Our number of criminal filings has not increased in the last year. So even though we could ask for even more attorneys, we're not. But our criminal deputies have been helping with civil while at one time, we had no attorneys in civil, none. And the criminal deputies were helping do all the civil stuff. And now we've got a very good one in civil, thank goodness, and we're getting another one. But at the same time, the work is still there and it's not going away. Unfortunately, we live in a society that is very, very apt to want to go to court. And it's our job to be sure that has the least effect on the county it can possibly have. But we need your help. And I just showed Joe an article where in the private sector, attorneys are starting to charge $4,000 an hour. And then they give the credentials for these attorneys, and one of them is having made oral arguments before the Supreme Court, which I've done on United States Supreme Court, which I've done. And I'm not asking for $3,000 or $4,000 an hour, don't worry about it. But they talk about how much attorney fees are costing, how much the cost of legal work is increasing, and that applies to both the public defender and us. It's sad, we don't like it, but that's the world we live in. So we're just asking you to help us and be realistic about this and provide for the people of Churchill County the environment, the community in which they expect, which means that we are properly prosecuting criminals because we have the proper resources to do that. And like I said, we're introducing AI into the civil division. We're going to try to do it in the criminal division to even cut down on the labor needs further, if possible. We've got everything computerized. We have no paper files. But we need your help in understanding in that, and we greatly appreciate it. And those are the only, I'll be glad to answer any comments about my remarks. And the analogy with how the cow ate the cabbage is just an old Southern euphemism that I really enjoy. So I thought I'd use it in light of the background of some of our commissioners. So, anything else, Mr. Chairman?
Any questions or comments for Art? Okay, thank you guys for your time.
That it?
That's it.
You said it all.
Need me to get out of here? Okay.
You left nothing to be said, Mr. Mallett.
We'll move to community activities, facilities, parks, recreation, cemetery, and Raptor 3C Arena.
Oh, okay. Would you like to go first, or would you like me to go first? Okay. Sounds good. All right, well, thank you. I have a little presentation up on the screens there, if you can see them, or if you can flip around. So today I'll be presenting as far a portion of our budget. As you can see, I'll be presenting 301, which is our administrative recreation budget, 303, which is our recreation programming budget, 307, which is the aquatic center, and then also the cemetery and facilities and grounds. I'll also be talking a little bit about our repair and maintenance plan, which is kind of mimics our capital improvement plan. We've used that for the last several years, I think since 07, to handle projects that are in the county that are under $100,000 or possibly emergency situations. And so I'll talk a little bit about that. We also have two boards that we work with, and that is the Park and Rec Commission and then also the Cemetery Board. So as far as 301 with administration, this budget's actually we're not asking for anything more other than the recommended salaries and budget or benefits for this year. This provides clerical support for the community services activities, and then also for the cemetery and facilities and grounds. So going into recreation, as you know, one of our main programs is the Care and Some Fun program. It's probably our biggest program that we've had since COVID. That program has grown. As you know, we're now over at the cottage schools. We now have all of our facilities up and running over there. So there'll be some increases to our budget. With that being said, as you know, we're still functioning off of 2-year-old budget, and so there's some items that we need to adjust. So you can see our numbers there. So I have a little video for you that the staff put together, so I'm going to have you watch that.
Welcome to this video about Churchill County Parks and Recreation's Care and Some Fun programs. Here's what we've been up to with your help. We have been enjoying some great times and beautiful weather, both indoors and outdoors, at our program locations. The children in our programs are engaging in creative and educational play, building and learning together. Water play and swimming activities were a big hit, providing fun ways to cool off and stay active during the summer. Everyone enjoys a sweet treat. Here are some of the kids enjoying popsicles and ice cream during a relaxed moment indoors. We've also had exciting adventures at indoor recreational centers, including climbing nets and jumping into foam pits. Outdoor games and activities in the park are a regular part of our program, making the most of the open green spaces. Ice skating was another exciting outing for the group, complete with helpful skating aids. Field trips included exploring historical areas and visiting places with interesting animals, like cheetahs. We enjoyed a movie day at the cinema and spent time on nature hikes, experiencing different environments. A trip to the E.L. Wiegand Children's Educational Activity Center allowed for engaging in the engineering workshop. More park time, along with visits to museums, provided educational and physical activities for all the participants. In addition to field trips, the children participate in group activities, discussions, and have fun poolside. From spinning on the merry-go-round to leaping into the foam pit, the kids are having a blast with diverse activities. Just a quick shout out and thank you for all your help and support. Thanks, Churchill County Commissioners. Well,
Okay, well, staff put that together. I thought it was pretty cool. We're going to use it for marketing as well. So it's interesting what you can do with you know, the platforms that we have nowadays. So so one of the requests for recreation is we have an intern position that we're not going to fill. And what we'd like to do is to increase one of our rec leader positions to a full-time, part-time position. As you know, a lot of our seasonal positions can only work 1,039 hours. Well, with our programs now being open every day or full days for Fridays because of Oasis School, and then also the regular school system, about every other Friday they're out as well. And then now we're also open the extended breaks as far as like spring break, and fall break is now full week. So it puts a lot of pressure on our staff. And then of course we're also open, you know, about 10 hours a day for the Some Fun program. And so we're asking to up this position to 29 hours a week, which then gives us about 1,500 hours. What the difference is that now we'll have to pay PERS. And so with leaving that intern position unfilled, you can see the increase will be $3,327 if we were to make that adjustment. Other items, just regular service and supplies. We need some funds for the copy machine that's over there. We also need to increase our fuel as we do all of our transportation. The school district's done a little bit better job this last year helping us out, but we still are transporting kids every day. And then, of course, we now have all of our facilities open over there, so our utility bills will need to be increased as well. This is more of a housekeeping item. We have a line item for just specific for Care and Some Fun, and then our rec supplies. And so we're actually splitting the funds that are in there just so that it reflects. When we originally did that 2 years ago, we didn't move enough in there. So, so this is just more for housekeeping. And then now that we have IT folks and computers are purchased that way, we had a line item for computers. So we're going to go ahead and remove that. There was supposed to be a capital item on there for $6,000 for fencing. We actually pulled that out. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later during the maintenance plan. So the Aquatic Center, you can see it's one of the gems of our community. You can see the visits that have happened there and the groups and the programs that are happening. So I have another little video here, class going on. That's a list of all of our classes that we put on. All of our classes have really grown. It's really a great opportunity for folks that lack mobility. It gives them a chance to come and improve their health. And so we're also still doing all of our American Red Cross swim lessons. So that's another safety issue for the community. Teaching people how to swim is very important. As far as increases, we're teaching more classes. That means we're paying more contracted services. So we want to increase that. I'm actually reducing our gas budget to shift that over to that area to help. As far as the building, it was built back in the 80s, so we need a little bit extra that had been kind of cut this last couple years, so we're asking for some more money to continue keeping the building going. And then also our electrical bill, we need a little increase there just because prices are going up. And then also to talk a little bit about that, that budget. That is not only just the swimming pool electrical utility budget, it is also for all of Osa Regional Park. So everything that is west of the swimming pool, so all the ball fields, all the lights, all the concessions, restrooms, those are all covered through that budget, even though it's in the pool budget. It's just 1 meter runs the whole park. So as you know, we had to get rid of our our 1 meter diving board. You can see there's the pictures of the pedestal. After we removed it, we would be looking to replace that. This is the only attraction that we had in the swimming pool. It's very important to do some sort of an attraction. So it's $25,000 to purchase a new board and install it. Cemetery, you see the activity that we have out there. As far as increases, we're actually working on completing the, I guess, new section. We need some professional services to lay out a grid so that when we go to bury folks, we can find the plots and make sure that we're digging them in the right spots. And then also all of our fees for landfill continues. We just continue to mass more and more waste, and then also customary utilities. We are asking for a shortcut mower. This smaller mower is used for the older section of the cemetery where there's copings and upright stones. Our bigger mowers aren't able to get in there, so the smaller mower is needed for that. And it's on its last leg. Facilities and grounds. Those are a list of many of our facilities that we take care of. Increases that we'll be asking for, as you know, we've added more buildings. So we're asking for additional for landscaping, and that's for properties that are owned by the county that we have to go out and do weed abatement and those type of things. We need a little bit more money for that. Paper products, which are toiletries, so as you add more buildings, that's more bathrooms, and so we need to raise that. And then as far as cleaning the buildings, so more janitorial supplies, and then overall it looks like we're going to need a little bit more utility. Repair and maintenance plan. This is the plan I was talking to you about. It's attached to the building reserve. Extraordinary repairs, those are the categories that I try to adhere to. So with our major repair buildings, right now the DA office and the child support, this is a picture of some of the patches that we've done on the roof. Right now everything's going well, but it's more I just wanted to bring it to your attention that these are possible projects that could happen, and just wanted you to know about them. Also the museum annex, we've been dealing with that roof. I think we're at a point now where we've got it all patched up. The interesting about that is that's a metal roof, and so now you're talking about stripping the whole roof off and putting a new roof on. But I think right now we haven't had any leaks since we did our last repairs to it. We did a large section of the aquatic center deck. As you see, there's some pictures of the deck where it's deteriorating, and then there's just large cracks. So I'm hoping to do a section every year until we get the whole deck redone. HAVACs, these are probably, we have 150 units for all of our buildings. These are probably the 3 that are most ready to, I guess, die. As we know, the museum annex unit, the heater's working now, but I think when we go to switch over to AC, we're going to have a problem. But the Emerson building, you can see it's a hodgepodge of units up there. And then district court, we just redid the unit when we did the evidence area, and we're probably looking at that probably in the next year or two. So, but these are mostly if they just go out, I want you to know about them. So as we move forward, if we need to deal with it. And then building upgrades, we've been doing some remodeling in this building. The library, I know, is interested in doing some upgrades to their building. The aquatic center, even though we do a great job on the inside, the outside's starting to now deteriorate. And then the fence that I was talking about at Cottage Schools, originally when they built that, I think they had kids that were only 2 foot tall. So the fence is only 4 foot, so that runs along Stillwater. So we get a lot of balls that get kicked over, so we'd be looking to raise that to 6 foot. And then as we always deal with inspections for the buildings, fire suppression, some years it's, we're changing a lot of sprinklers and risers and panels. Some years it's not as much, so that's just a placeholder for that. Also for parking lots, right now our parking lots are in pretty good shape because through this program we've been able to keep them looking nice. And then there's equipment, there's copiers, there's office equipment, there's also small mowers, other type of equipment that could go at any time, and this is just another line item where money's there just in case something happens, and these are the kind of things that we deal with. I know that the Parks Department, our copier is very old, and we're keeping it going, but at any time it can be not going. So that ends my presentation, so if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Any questions or comments?
I do have one question, Jorge. Thank you for that. This is for the, for 303, specifically the CARE and some fund item that you have. Back in 23-24, you had budgeted 13,000 and spent 27. In 24-25, you budgeted 8,000 and spent 29. In 25-26, you budgeted 8,000 and have already spent 19. This year, you're asking for 22. And I'm not a proponent of adding more money to the budget, but it's either now, pay now or pay later. Is the 22,000 a realistic number when you've had some of those?
Can you tell me which line item that's for?
That is line item, the CARE Sum Fund, 57-115 in 303.
Can you tell me what the name of it is?
CARE Sum Fund.
Oh, the CARE Sum, okay, so
Yes.
that's why I was telling you that, originally we used to have just rec supplies, and we paid for everything out of that. And so what we wanted, with CARE and Sum Fund growing, we wanted to be able to understand what that was going to be. And so that's why we ended up moving some of that, that's why it was at 8,000, and then we tried to bump it up more. It's just one of those moving targets. It just depends on how many kids we got,
Okay.
coming into the program. And so, so that's why I try to balance it. There'll always be that $48,000 in there, because rec supplies we may not use as much, because we may not do as many classes, or we may not do as many events. So that's kind of how I've been balancing it. It's a moving target,
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
I have a couple along that same vein, specifically in facilities, the contracted services line. 25, use budgeted 20, spent 37,000. 26, already we're at 20,000, and the request for this year is still 20,000. Is that going to
So
work?
those are all of our contracts that, as far as for the buildings, as far as inspections and those things. And it's just like I said, sometimes those go up and down, yeah. And it's just like if you look at building repair, we only budget $10,000 in there, but every year it's like 20 or 30, right? And it's, again, we just don't know. And so in the past, the idea, or at least the philosophy was, we would augment that because we just don't know. I could put a bigger number in there, but then we may not spend it all, so that's kind of where it's been, and I'm more than happy to, take any feedback as far as on that philosophy, I guess, which is prior philosophy.
Yeah, I guess I'll let the philosophy stay to the board. I just know sort of our discussion has been, we're trying to ensure that whatever the board approves is what it's actually going to cost, so that we don't have an unexpected hit at the end. And so I just want to make sure that if we know we're going to spend it, that we put it there. And if historically we have spent it, that we have it there. And if we say, you know what, we're going to not spend it this year by doing particular things, then that's fine. But
So like an example is, we have a contract for all of our gen sets, right? It's $17,000. Those are just for the PMs. But then after they do the PMs, then we end up with deficiencies. So then we have to deal with those deficiencies. And so sometimes you don't know exactly what those are. And that's kind of like the fire systems. That's why in the building reserve fund, we have $15,000, because I don't know, And so then that's where we end up with a situation of making a deciding if we want to have the over budget in there or under budget and then augment at the end, so.
Any other questions?
I mean, I would just comment to that is, I would kind of like to put in there what it was last year and use that as a going forward number instead of, I feel like that's a better guess than being way under. What was spent last year?
And I'd be totally fine with that.
And I mean, I agree with that, but then I also think you should probably put 5% on top of that, maybe 10% on top of that. I would rather us over budget than under budget. I'm not a fan of augmentation. Some people think that's okay, no big deal, but I think it's an unnecessary item that needs to happen, and it's less work on her office. So I think your budget, across the board, like when we look at our monthlies, it runs like a negative a lot of times, and it's frustrating to me. It's like, how's that? Why is that? And you've definitely explained it, but instead of thinking you're helping us, you're really hurting us, because now we got to go find money if it does become a tie year. So I'd rather you show up and say, hey, I can help you find some money because I didn't use this money.
And I would agree with that, because things aren't getting cheaper, contracted services aren't getting cheaper, so a 5 or 10% increase on top of what was spent
Yeah,
will
and-
probably put us close in the ballpark.
And it just seems like every inspection that we have, our deficiencies are even more. And a lot of that is just, things are aging.
Also, you can reach out to your vendors, and sometimes when they are going to come and service something, they can sort of give you an estimate or a budget of like the worst case scenario to help you, guide you to develop a budget for the year, on certain equipment that gets repaired every year or inspected. That might be an angle to work.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, Jesse?
Okay, yeah, so Jorge went through some of it. I'm going to have 302, 304, and 306. So 302 is the parks, Osher, Liberty Park out there. 304 is the outside, the outdoor fairgrounds, the old fairgrounds that used to be there. And 306 is really the 3C Arena. So we started in 2022, and Jorge and I kind of put a budget together for what we thought it was going to be. And then we kind of got in some tighter budget years there where we're kind of at the same spot as when we first started 4 years ago. And we're far more busy than we were 4 years ago at the facility. So over the last couple of years, we haven't had any increase, and these increases on here are really, you can see they're basically our utilities, garbage, stall cleaning, stuff like that, where we've got busier and just needed to get rid of more garbage, do more cleaning and things like that. So the reason why these numbers are where they are is kind of what you guys just discussed too. This is 24 and 25 actual expenditures. I'm really close on those for 25. Just so you know, this is actually what electricity is costing us. This is what gas is costing us, and fuel and landfill, costs. So I would love to put another 6-7% because I believe inflation, that was, 2025, but this is what we actually spent in 25, 24, just my best guess of where my budget, I believe I can be in that budget, in 27, so. And if there's any questions on that, I don't have a whole lot of other things to say. I mean, our numbers are pretty big, we're getting a lot of visitors, Placer with AI, we're tracking how many people are coming on the fairgrounds, and on the parks, we're, on the soccer days, we're having between 700 and 800 people a night on the Osher. We're having over 60,000 visitors a year out at Liberty Pond. The fairgrounds got 260,000 people coming a year out there. It's just, we got a lot of garbage, we got a lot of cleaning, and that's kind of all these increases are reflected in that, so.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to go over some of the things that have changed as it relates to the split so that we can address where personnel is and what things were going on. When we met back in November, I sort of discussed that we were going to make this split happen, and the intention and goal was to ensure that whatever we did in terms of personnel would have no base impact in cost. And so there's been a couple of changes, specifically as part of this. The currently Community Activities Deputy Director would become a 3C Director, placing him at the same level as currently our director level positions is included in this budget. The current our previous facilities coordinator has taken the admin assistant role in the community activities section, and so that would be included in this budget. There is currently an office specialist position that has been vacant for a while. That would be being replaced as a, or that would be, I guess, going away. And instead, the previous facility coordinator position would be moving to an admin assistant position for the 3C complex. The one of the issues that the 3C complex has had over time, as well as the fairgrounds and just all of our systems, is they have very long days on event days. And so Jesse has asked several times to have a swing shift person to help control overtime, especially. When folks come in and they open the facility, 5 and 6 in the morning, and then the event goes all day and it has to close at 11, currently those end up being the same guy. And so we pay substantial overtime to ensure that that works. What we've proposed to do is to take one of our seasonal parks positions and change that to a full-time position to be that swing person. Overall, all of the changes are essentially neutral in terms of cost. I think it's like $2,000 or $3,000 reduced, but essentially flat. That doesn't obviously include any changes that are going to come as part of the compensation study. I don't know what exactly that will be on a position-by-position basis. Other than that, I have a similar comment to what we did with Jorge. There is one line in the 306 budget for community-supported events.
Oh, county sponsored.
County sponsors events, sorry. That has a substantial expenditure. Jesse has kept it at the $8,000 number, I think, in his budget, even though we've spent about $300,000 in there. And that is where all of our sponsorships and our events, specifically it's CCJLS, it's the PRCA Rodeo, and it is the bull sale that just occurred. So that line ends up being, relatively flat between sponsorships and revenues. But if we're going to have an expenditure that we expect to be about $300,000, we'll put $300,000 there. Overall, I've looked at sort of the expected revenues for this year, as well as including sponsorships and things like that. On pace for this year, we're looking at about $600,000 between the sponsorship portion, rental fees, stall fees, et cetera. The 3C budget, I think, is, with the county-sponsored events included, would be about $1.1 million. So that's roughly where that, I guess, department is at. So that's the only information I have as it relates to sort of the split and as it relates to what we are expecting to see in the upcoming year.
Joe, when we talk about splitting that employee time, was there any discussion about a shift differential for that later shift? Was that calculated in or discussed, or?
There is not. Thank goodness we are currently not in the union in terms of relation to our maintenance facility folks. I think the expectation is that when this position is recruited, it would be recruited for someone who is interested in that type of work.
Jesse, that's not a rotating position. You're going to find somebody specifically that wants to work swing shift, and
Yes,
that person stays on that?
We'd be trying to push towards it. It'd be a parks / maintenance position, the 1861 an hour. But it would be somebody that was really wanting to come in at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, 1 in the afternoon, and be able to work till 9 or 10 and close up and kind of save our guys that have been putting longer days in.
Okay, that cleared it up for me. It's going to be a new, they're going to know going in that this is, okay.
I would just like to say, as I did previous, your department is a moving target at all times. So make sure that you're really looking at your budgets and over budget maybe instead of under budget or something, you know. We don't really want any surprises over there because that's always a moving target.
Yeah, and one of the other, couple of the other things I didn't bring up yet was there's a few things that I do need, I'm asking for. One is a mower, and we've been trying to get it sponsored, and we're just having a hard time. Zero-turn mower, 72-inch deck, and we just really need one. We mow between 24 and 26 hours a week out there. We have 3 mowers out there. We can't find parts for our mowers anymore. So we're at a spot where we really need some mowers. So that's one of them. We need a drag for 11,000 for the arenas and some panels. We're just running out. And it's kind of triage out there, these things that I need. There's a whole bunch of stuff everybody needs, but these things are kind of daily stuff that we need to get by. We didn't have enough panels last week for the bull sale, and we had to borrow people's stuff in town, and it's, you know, so we're at a spot where we, you know, wherever you guys want me to go with this facility, I think we can go there, but if we want to keep growing and keep getting things bigger, then we have to support those events when they come. And so that's just the 3 things that I'm asking for: the mower, the panels, and the drag are kind of basic needs things to get by. We're just running out of parts on mowers. We can't find them on anywhere, you know, so they're getting older.
Any other questions or comments? You have anything else?
No, thank you, guys.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Move to cooperative extension.
Good morning, good morning. Kristen Burr, Extension County Coordinator for Churchill County. All right, so I am actually asking for the same budget as last year. I'm requesting $169,904. This will support a 4-H position, which is a youth development here in Churchill County, which is a full-time position, an administrative assistant. This is a 0.6 appointment, FTE appointment. However, the county only pays 0.4 of this appointment. The university pays the other portion of this appointment. $5,000 goes towards a state livestock education person who comes in and helps with livestock education here in Churchill County. And then this year, we're also asking for an hourly allotment, I guess, to bring in speakers and possibly an AmeriCorps volunteer to have more events here in Churchill County. So the total amount in salary and fringe that we're requesting is $135,157. And then in operating, we're requesting $34,747, which includes things like, you know, travel, telephone, rent, copier, operating for our events and our 4-H clubs and supplies for that, our livestock clinics, our pesticide workshops and gardening classes, our education curriculum, snacks for the kids, things like that, and you know day pens, pencils, that kind of stuff as well. Yeah, any questions for me?
Any questions or comments for cooperative extension? Pretty easy. Thank you. We appreciate it. JPO, do you want to go?
Motulalo Tuafi, Chief Juvenile Probation Officer. I also have my Deputy Chief here with me, Julia Mello. So regarding Department 244, that's the probation side of the department, we are asking on that side that our office specialists be reclassified to a legal secretary position. It would be the steps that we would ask, the normal steps of the starting at the trainee and going through that process. We're asking for it to be reclassified to basically that position. Our office specialist position has already been doing or is currently doing legal secretary jobs, filing court paperwork and legal secretary paperwork, doing things for the juvenile magistrate court. So this position is also the court clerk for the juvenile magistrate court. And so they are not only the legal secretary, but doing the court clerk requirements. The other thing that it would help with is when my office specialist is gone, sick, vacation, or whatever it is, my legal secretary can cover that side. If my legal secretary is gone for sick, vacation, whatever it is, my office specialist can't cover that because of the duties that are required for the court clerk. That falls on my office supervisor. And so that obviously takes a lot away from my office supervisor. So we're asking for the office specialist to be reclassified to legal secretary to not only coincide with what they're currently doing, but to also help with the court clerk responsibilities that come with this legal secretary position. Is there any questions on that as far as the legal secretary classification? The next one is in the same department for 244 is my office supervisor is currently doing things that are in line with the legal office services. And so I am asking for that position to be reclassified to the legal office supervisor. Again, my office supervisor not only does her position, but also has to make sure that all the things that the legal secretary are doing as far as being the court clerk, covering for the paperwork that's being done, the legal files that needs to happen. I believe that there are things that she's currently doing that lines up with the legal office supervisor, so I would just like to reclassify that so it could reflect what she's currently doing. Is there any questions as far as that position? Okay. And so moving on to our Department 247, we are asking that our food services line item, that be increased $10,000. It's just a simple fact that the price of food has gone up. We have looked into if there was a way for us to do it cheaper, or as I've explained to you before, that we've worked with the hospital to see what it would cost. Would it be cheaper for us to do food with them, with the senior center, if they would do our food, if we'd save money that way, and we just wouldn't. What helps us is that our staff that's working, they're cooking. And so that's what saves us money rather than going out and getting that food. I have talked to Shannon at Social Services. I know that they purchase the same place we do with Cisco. And so we had conversations of would it help if we ordered together, would we get a discount if we ordered together? So that is something we're talking about. But the simple fact is food has gone up, and that's why we're asking for an increase in that line item. Is there any other questions?
Any other questions or comments from board or staff?
Most of these kids are school-age kids. It seems to me like we should be able to get at least breakfast and lunch along with the school district. I don't know if that's an option.
So the issue is obviously, so our kids that are in the FIT program that we have in our detention, some of those kids have earned that right or that opportunity to attend school. And so when they do go to school, that's where they would get the breakfast, but we still serve them breakfast, so that breakfast at school is extra for them. And to be honest with you, some of these kids, they get breakfast from us, and that's probably the first time in a long time that they've gotten that. So we're going to do everything we can to be able to give them what they need.
Yeah, I'm all about feeding kids. Everybody that's listening to me. Feed them lots.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Fire department?
All right. Alex Hafner for the record with Fallon Churchill Fire Department. I was just gonna go over what we increased. We increased salary and wages, $9,500 to cover the cost of merit raises, the cost of living, and overtime. We increased Medicaid, $500 to cover those costs. I think I'm gonna be a little low this year. Then I increased contracted services, $2,000 to cover the costs of I Am Responding and ESO. I Am Responding is the app we use on our phones to get fire calls, also to send out meetings for the volunteers. ESO is where we keep all of our reports for fires and training records and everything for ISO. They also are cloud-based, so that's where all of our storage for everything to do with the fire department is. I increased operating supplies by 15%. That's to cover the cost of foam, supplies, and then we got 2 boats donated from the Nevada State Parks for our dive team, so we got to get those up and going. We're only going to end up keeping one, but we're not sure which one we're going to keep or what one runs better yet. Then I increased repairs and maintenance by 15% to cover the cost of hydros for our SCBA cylinders this year, the tires for our ARF truck, and then again, parts for the boats. Hydros for our SCBAs, when I first got this job, they were $25. They're up to $55 now, and there's only one place in Reno that does them. So those are the cylinders that we wear into fires. You have to do it every 5 years, no matter what. So we have 110 of those, and then I think we have around like 30 dive bottles but I think only like 17 of those are due at this moment. I increased our training by 5,000. We're working on getting our divers advanced certification. Right now, most of our divers are just open water. This will make them be able to go deeper and everything in the Haunton, more black water diving, stuff like that. Also, we got to send the fire marshal to 2 to 3 classes a year. We're going to see how much he can do online, but per ISO, he has to attend so many in-person classes. Also going to try to get my mechanics certified more on apparatus, like aerials and stuff like that. And then I increased my other non-capital by 15,000. This is to cover the cost of turnouts and other PPE, like our brush coats and brush helmets. Anything of turnouts and brush coats, brush helmets, all have a 10-year lifespan on them now. So a lot of them are coming up. So that will help cover that cost. Plus, we're putting on more firemen. We actually have an INO tonight. So if it seems like a pretty good group, we'd like to get probably 8 or 10 of those guys, depending on how many show up. So for all my increases from last year would be $60,900 for basically operating supplies and that. For capital, we're asking for $1.1 million for the shop. The way we got that number was through Chris Spross and Randy Hines. We got a price to do a contracted estimate, and I believe I could actually tell you the exact number was like I say it's like 15,000. I forget the exact number. And we figured if we could do it in house with everything that we had, a little cheaper than that, basically free. So that was the number we got for that. The shop's something we've been asking for more than 10 years. It would be very beneficial to the fire department. Right now, when we have to do the service of big trucks, we bring them outside on the apron, as you guys have seen when you guys do your tours. I mean, it's pretty nerve-wracking when you have mechanics under there and there's a fire call and people are coming around at all directions. It'd be a lot safer. I believe we'd get a lot more work done. The mechanics would be able to leave out their tools, start the job when they first get there in the morning, and be able to work up until they're leaving. Right now, we work on the apparatus where they respond from. So it's in the bay that the firemen have access to, the public has access to. So we have to pick up every morning, pick up every night, get set up every morning. I think it'd just really be beneficial. We have the lot. The county's been awesome and bought us the property next to where the shop's going to be built. We've been using it for training. It would just help the department out a ton. The other thing we'll be asking for is a duty rig, which is $62,100. This will replace the current duty rig. That one's been having some issues. We've had to put a new transmission in it. It's been at the shop a lot lately. This rig is still newer, so it would go back into the fleet, but wouldn't be like a main one that has to go 24/7. It would go to one of like the administrative or a backup for getting equipment or that firefighters use for rehab and stuff like that. And then we'd get rid of one of the older ones that have more miles. The last capital item we'd be asking for is, we're asking for 2 trailers. These trailers are used for the water shuttle. We put overhead fills on them. We'd be able to use them all summer long when the canals are full to pump and fill the trucks. We have the overhead fills, we just don't have the trailers to put them on. One overhead fill would be mounted permanently on the trailer all the time. The other one would be able to come on and off, so we'd be able to use it to haul things and whatever the mechanics needed for to get parts and stuff. And then during the summer months, we put the overhead fill on it and have it ready to go. But during the winter, they'd be able to use it for other stuff. Those are all the asks that the fire department has. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you, Alex. Any questions or comments from board or staff?
I have a question / comment. The training for the fire marshal, are those continuing education credits, or is it specific training for the fire marshal?
It's both. It can be continuing education for like fire investigation. He has that class, but they have other classes for like fatal fires, car fires, battery fires, on how they start. So it's new classes, but also continuing education.
And the reason I bring it up, is there anything available through Pool Pack that he can take through Pool Pack?
Yeah, we are involved with that with Target Solutions that we do use. Also, all those trainings through the state are free as well. So if we can get them into some of those for like Youth Fire Setter, we will do that. But it just depends on, you don't want to have to take the same class every year just to get the same, you know.
And this is my comment side. The county is eligible through Pool Pack for some training grants. Typically, the building department has taken advantage of that. You know, you apply for the grant, you got to supply information, what class you're taking, costs, so on and so forth. So I urge you that when training is required, that you reach out to Joe or reach out to Kim and see what your eligibility might be to get some reimbursement on that training.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
And I'd just like to make the board aware that the fire board did review this budget, and we're not like, we didn't approve it, we just reviewed it this year, but moving forward next year, he'll present it to the fire board and they'll sort of approve it to move it forward to us, knowing that we still have final authority. It's just a mechanism, that's the way the fire ordinance and stuff is written. And that way, if they see something, you know, they can help mitigate what our mission is to have a better budget, you know, when it comes here. And then I had a couple questions. On the duty rig, can you take that out of the tax override? Or?
You can take it out of the tax override. Currently, we're trying not to do that. We've talked with the county. I've actually talked with Chris Spross about this. That we've been trying to look at spending the tax override money on bigger purchases, like the big fire engines or fire trucks that are $1 million. I think it would be better for the county to get us smaller capital items, and then we use that tax override money to spend, you know, $750,000 or $2 million for an aerial truck that we need to replace. I think it'd be less of a cost burden on the county, from my eyes.
I understand.
Anything, a big basically any capital equipment or repairs, we're able to use that fund for. We are not able to use that fund for buildings.
I understand. And then just as being a member of the fire department there for 20 years, the fire department, you know, I'm a proponent for this new building, seeing it with my own eyes time and time again, the struggles that they have trying to get these trucks fixed, and the loss of labor. The loss of labor is way more than we imagine, of putting everything out, picking everything up, and still nothing fixed at the end of the day. So I just want to mention that. That's all I have.
Okay, any other questions? Sherry?
I just had a question. Can you talk a little bit about the new fire truck for the 750 that you put into the fire equipment fund?
So we're looking at doing 2 different ways, and we're going to talk with the fire board more. The fire board's kind of changing, as Blake was saying, with the ordinance and stuff, that the vote is coming up for the 525 fund. So in the past, the last time this came around, we bought the 2 big new engines and kind of depleted that fund. That fund has now grown. I believe there's 1.3 million, and we're kind of in a position, we don't know if we want to replace a smaller Type 1 engine or save that money up and buy a new aerial. The new aerials to replace what we've got in 94, 95 will be about $2 million per truck. So we're thinking that it might be smarter for us to save up and get the $2 million, replace the truck, and then, you know, in the future, replace those other smaller Type 1 engines that are $750,000. So we put that money in there as kind of a placeholder just to, for see what the fire board and the fire department want to do. We do not have a truck getting built right now, or even really started that process yet. But if the fire board wants to move that way, it'll be there, so we can move forward.
I have a question for maybe Wade or Sherry. The 525 fund, say for example, money is used to buy the duty rig, and then when it comes time to buy an engine, there's not enough money in that fund to cover that cost. Can the county supplement that money, that whatever shortfall there is? Okay. Okay. So the reason I bring it up is it's whether we pay $62,000 now out of the budget or use the money to the fund money to buy it, we would still be able to add the $62,000 to buying the engine if there wasn't enough money in there. Okay, thank you.
Can I add something to that? So when you put money into this fund, the regular fund, general fund, the city pays a third of that money back. So if you were to put the $62,000, the city would pay a third of that fire truck. If you buy something out of 525, they do not pay anything back.
Any other questions or comments? Thanks for that. Yeah, good to know. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Mel, are you ready to go? Yeah. Okay, museum.
For the record, Mel Glover, Museum Director.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
You guys have seen my budget. It's pretty flat. I'm really not asking for anything above and beyond. So Sherry gives me numbers to plug in for wages and benefits and all that, and I plug it. And my utilities, I've just kind of bumped the numbers from last year, just because, you know, price of utilities is going up. So other than that, I really don't have anything to ask from the county, other than I would like to keep in your minds that I do have a building that is aging that requires a little loving. That's not in my budget, but that is something that I would ask the county to keep in mind as we progress through the year. And that's really all I have to present.
Okay, thank you, Mel. Any questions or comments from board or staff?
Go ahead, Chris.
Mel, thank you. This wasn't a budget increase, but this is more out of curiosity. You got $4,000 in your budget for computers and printers. That's not for computers, right? Or what's that money earmarked for?
I don't know, Chris. That might have been something that snuck in there and just stayed in there, and I should have pulled out, and I did not.
I mean, this year you've spent $2,200 in that line item, so I don't know if it was for printer supplies or something like that, but everybody is aware that computer purchases and things like that are going through
that should
Joe.
be handled by the county.
But if there's printers or scanners or desktop scanners, that would still be under your budget, so I was just asking.
Yeah, I think that can get pulled out. I don't think that's... I think that's just something that didn't...
Well, I understand you've spent $2,200 in that category this month, so don't just this year. So don't just arbitrarily pull it out until maybe you look and see what that $2,200 is
Yeah,
for.
and that might have been something that was held over from when I was talking to Colin in the past.
Okay.
But I honestly, Chris, I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
The building that you said needed repairs, is that the
What's
same
that?
building that Jorge was talking about with the roof repair?
I don't know what Jorge was talking about, but it's possible. I know that we need I need the roof that we've got.
It's that metal roof that you have, correct?
Yeah, it
That's the
suffered some
building you're
leaks. They
talking
tried
about?
to repair it. What's that?
That's the building you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so he's under the impression that the last repair they made fixed the roof?
Nope, but we've had a leak since the last time they've done repairs, so.
Not only repair.
The building is at least, that roof is at least 40 years old. I think the HVAC system is probably that old too.
So in the capital outlay, let's see. Oh, I thought he was in there. Yeah, he's in there. You're in there for roof repair and in the HVAC, that's on that same building.
Okay, cool.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know, but I would just, yeah, it makes sense. If it's for the museum, then that would be the one that needs the love.
I just want to make sure we're talking about the same building, there wasn't two different buildings you're talking about.
Sure.
Mel, I got to walk that back. You have no money in your computer budget. I flipped over to the wrong sheet, so I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay.
But I'm glad to know that you were figuring that out, so
well,
I apologize for that.
But you see that I'm not trying to bilk the county out of any more money than I need.
Yeah, I
so,
have to talk to who's got that
some loving.
$4,000 in there.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Any other questions or comments for Mel? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Yeah. I am. We'll jump to the library.
Hello, my name is John Hong. I'm the library director of Churchill County Library. Yeah, like Mel said, wages and benefits have been computed and approved by the county. For operations, it's an increase of about 4,200 increase with 2.92% towards utilities. And yeah, so there's some movement just with funds, but just shifting one amount to another to e-materials, which is a Hoopla, which is very popular, from a $2,000 increase into that. Children books, we want to really improve the collection, so shifted some funds into there, $2,000 additionally. But yeah, you'll see that utilities, just a slight increase there as well. But here's some of my asks that I'd like to present to the commissioners. Is that for a part-time circulation clerk, I'm requesting entry-level part-time circulation clerk position to allow expert professional librarians to focus and host more programs, services, and outreaches. The position will cost $12,907. By adding this new position to our team, we will be able to continue prioritizing customer service while freeing our full-time librarians to focus on innovative programming, community outreach, and comprehensive collection development. And then, additionally, by securing a dedicated clerk, it'll establish a vital two-person presence during high-traffic afternoon hours and closing shifts, ensuring constant oversight of the circulation desk and significantly enhancing our team's safety and situational awareness. And so, yeah, I anticipate, additional program, at least 3 weekly programs just alone by this position. Yeah, do you have any questions?
Any questions or comments for the library?
I do. On your telephone.
Yes.
Historically, back in 23, 24, expenditures were 4,200. 24, 25, expenditures were 6,100. This year, year to date, you've already spent 1,783, and you're taking that budget down from 4,000 to 2,000.
Okay.
Is that realistic, or are you just trying to balance some of your numbers somewhere to be able to create some dollars in other columns?
Yeah, maybe it's more of a balancing. I could definitely shift, an amount there. That might have been something I have to look back on. Yeah, okay. Because we estimated the numbers and we came out to that figure, but I'll look at it again. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
And I have an additional aspect. I was just asking questions for this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, sure. And so, yeah, I was really happy to provide a department tour and show you the meeting room, which you notice that is being used but needs some love and care. So I'm requesting $10,000 to renovate a meeting room, which will include laminate wood flooring, soft lighting, and actually the main expense might be just the AC heater unit that was recommended by facilities, because if you want to do it right. And so historically in May 2025, the room was converted from a storage room into a meeting room, but as you can see, it has like dirty carpet during the tour. So library patrons frequently use this room for a variety of purposes, including tutoring, study groups, small reading groups. We have a ESL class there, and job interviews. And so we want to improve the room's appearance, temperature, and the lighting situation there, and make it a comfortable place for our community. So I have one more thing, but yeah, do you have any questions about this?
If we renovated that room, would that take away from using the annex building?
Oh, yeah. I suppose that's a conversation, yeah, I'm open to, with like the needs of, emergency services. I was just operating it under the assumption that we can improve the meeting room and then still use the annex, but I'm open to the needs of the county and the community, because we still, host, our library association meetings there. We have homeschool co-op, meetings there, because there are a larger amount of people. Meeting room is a smaller space, maybe to 4 to 6 people, and so we don't really have a good space for. But yeah, so if that is something I'm open to discussing.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think the challenge there is access to the restroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now in the annex facility, obviously, there's access to a restroom from within the meeting room. This one here, you'd have to walk through library storage into the library, and a lot of times these meeting rooms get used when the library's closed, so that would be a challenge we'd have to try to overcome.
Correct.
Any other questions on this one? Okay, go ahead with your next.
Oh, yes, thank you. And there's a visual on page 3 of your handout, but it's for a pavilion. I'd love to build a outdoor pavilion complete with multi-staired concrete stage, slated roof, outdoor lighting outlets for programming, and a 3-foot fence barrier, so that there's a sense of security and protection when the library's closed, and it's in the back of the library. The dimensions are 24 feet by 12 feet with a platform volume of 1,332 cubic feet. It costs estimated $100,000. And so in order to continue expanding the quantity and quality of our library programming, the library is actively planning to expand our outdoor programming. It's great for visibility. We will still do exciting programming with or without the pavilion, but it just provides like a nice, steady, welcoming place. The pavilion will provide us with a venue for a variety of events and performers, such as the Shakespeare Festival, community fairs, STEAM experiments where it gets really messy. We don't have a multi-purpose room, so they can just make the mess out in a lot. And summer reading program kickoff. Those are some of the uses that we'd implement. But yeah, you can look at the pictures if you have any questions about this.
Any questions on the pavilion?
Is this project something you can solicit funds from organizations or other people to build?
Yeah, I think we can definitely speak at with the community partners about this to make the value go far. So I would love to speak to the Rotary Club, talk with my Library Foundation Association. I can definitely make efforts so it's to absorb some of the costs. We can look at that. Yes.
Okay, maybe you can connect with the mail at the library because of that new grant program that they've instituted there.
Yes, great
They have
idea.
an avenue for at the museum, might have an avenue for the library as well.
Yes, definitely, yes. I will
Thank you.
have a good relationship with the museum and Mel, so yes, I will do that.
Any other general questions for the library about their budget? Okay, thank you, John, we appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Public Administrator. Alan, are you doing golf course?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Uncle Bobby, I lied to you. We're gonna do golf course. I'm trying to stay in order here.
Well, you know what? Marty's going to be showing up, so.
Just kidding, Uncle Bobby, you're up.
I'm at Augusta National right now.
I was wondering where you were at. Got it.
Good morning. My name is Bob Ghetto. I'm the Churchill County Public. Okay. Good morning. I'm Bob Ghetto. I'm the Churchill County Public Administrator. And I just handed out probably 7 copies of my notes that I reduced to writing because I didn't know if you guys would want some type of handout or not. So I'll go ahead and go over my notes and then you guys will have a copy there for you. Glad to be here today, and the first thing I always like to do is to remind everybody what the public administrator is and what they do. I am one of the constitutional elected offices for our county, and the public administrator is charged with representing those Churchill County residents who pass away without a will or without family or without qualified person to be the representative, or any other matter that maybe the district court might have me go ahead and work to settle. The public administrator's office operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The purpose for me to be here today is to talk about what some of the expenses are, and it's a pretty easy ask. I believe that I am the smallest department of all of your financial departments because it's just plain old me. The public administrator is entitled to an annual compensation determined by the county commission, and that's under NRS 253.050, item 4, paragraph A and B, and I did put a copy of that in some of those handouts that I've passed out. I'm now in my 10th year as public administrator, and over the last 10 years, when I started with absolutely nothing. I didn't even get one file from any public administration case that even existed before 2015. So I really had absolutely no idea what was going to happen. But I am now in my 10th year, and I've completed in excess of 380 probate cases as of this time. Not all cases go from start to finish. Some cases you'll get a quarter of the way in, and we'll find a will. Sometimes you go all the way through. Every single case is different every single time. I don't see any consistency in public administration cases. Currently, I have 47 open cases, and some of these cases are extending all the way back to 2021 for legal issues, whether there's objection or what have you, but a case can last for years, and I do have multiple cases that are now taking years of labor and attention. Currently, the public administrator receives an annual stipend of $40,000 per year, and that is paid quarterly. You've now heard on your second day that the cost of running an operation for everyone is up. Every single person or every single department has more extensive pricing that changes from year to year to year. Due to the increase in volume of what it takes to run this office, and I do run this office as a business, and everything is treated just like it's a private business. But instead of doing $40,000 per year, I'm now going to ask for $50,000 per year, which will go ahead and try and cover some of these expected costs and other types of technology they need to try and save labor, because labor is where the biggest costs of many of our things are, of our expenses are. So that's the initial ask of a $10,000 increase over the $40,000 to make it $50,000. Secondly, there has been an ongoing issue on what we call unclaimed property. In my 10 years of being public administrator, I've always called them abandoned bodies. And, the state of Nevada does not use the term abandoned bodies. They use unclaimed persons. So starting today, I will start using the word unclaimed persons. An unclaimed person is someone whose body is, or wherever they're at has passed away, are unclaimed. Either they're running from their family is running from them. An unclaimed person can have assets. An unclaimed person can have no assets. If they are an unclaimed person without assets, they are indigent. And the county has a very good way to process indigent persons. So that's not really what the problem is. However, we do have unclaimed bodies or unclaimed persons that do have assets. What I try to do is when they have assets, maybe they have $1,000, we need to go through the labor process to try and claim that $1,000. And with that $1,000, we then go ahead and want to repay the origination location of who paid for that cremation. Normally, it's the county. However, sometimes to claim that $1,000 through bureaucracy, it can take 2 or 3 hours, 5 or 6 hours, 10 hours. There can be an objection. Sometimes I need a private investigator to actually get what I need to get. They don't work for free. It's tough. And many times we go in the hole. So because of that, because unclaimed persons can be and is a drain on Churchill County Social Services because they work with indigent. And I don't follow indigent law, but they are very clear on what they can pay for. What my recommendation is now is that the Churchill County Commissioners set aside a separate line item for unclaimed individuals. Now, NRS 451 is very clear on what's supposed to happen with unclaimed individuals. Technically, if there's assets, that family's supposed to step up. And I guess as a county, we could make them step up. I don't know if that's going to be wise in a public relations atmosphere or not. Churchill County has been paying for unclaimed bodies for over 40 years now. But it's just now that we need to address this and start to figure out what we're going to do as far as unclaimed properties. In the ideal world, we need every family person to take care of their person. But we're not in the ideal world. I think setting aside a separate line item of $15,000 per year to be used at the discretion of the public administrator to deal with these unclaimed properties with the intention that we are going to try and get this money back either through discovered assets, a discovered vehicle, a discovered something, without wasting excess labor to claim this $200 or $300 or $400 or $500. By using common sense and good judgment, I think this will be money well spent. The question is, how many unclaimed persons are there per year? I don't know. Society is changing. Over the last 10 years, the number of unclaimed bodies or persons continues to rise. I think there's about maybe 10, 11, 12, 15 people per year. that are unclaimed. So that's my two recommendations. Increase the annual stipend to $50,000 per year, and then go ahead and do a separate $15,000 line item to deal with unclaimed individuals, and then we analyze that year by year by year so we can monitor that and start to create some kind of pattern. With that being said, I'm ready for any questions that you have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Bob? Any questions? Okay, thank you for your time. We'll go to the Fallon Golf Course.
You guys want to make, oh, look at me, please.
Great. Hey, good morning. For the record, I'm Alan Kalt, president of Fallon Golf Course, Inc., former CFO, Churchill County. I'm a golfer, I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent, taxpayer, and I'm responsible for this mess. And I'm responsible for the guys on my left. With me today is Marty Davis, director of golf. And I asked Marty if I could do this presentation today, but I wanted him here to answer all those tough questions that you guys may have. So first of all, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being commissioners. You know, it's a difficult and rewarding experience. You know, this whole budget process that Sherry has to deal with is unbelievable. You have unlimited resources and you have these limited wants. You know, I mean, I think I had dyslexia. So you got limited resources, unlimited wants, and you guys got to climb that mountain and balance that equation and balance the needs of the public, you know, and public resources. And you do that through a very detailed process that I've enjoyed being part of for over 26 years. And I tip my hat, literally, to Sherry. She's doing a great job. Very proud that she has done an amazing job since I left. And the greatest part is she's taken it to the next level. So what I want to do is, you know, it's a difficult task. My leadership ethics and ethos back when I was at the county and to this day is to do what's right, to do the best you can, treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. And also the next one is do something today that your future self will be proud of and thankful for. Do something today. Well, I got a phone call from Lem Macedon in September of 2012. Lem says, hey, Al. By the way, Lem's the only one I ever let call me Al. I hated that, but with Lem, he could do that. Hey, Al, you know the golf course is in escrow. I said, golf course in escrow? Who's buying it? Well, it's not for golf course purposes. It's going to be an alcohol treatment center and a goat farm. He says, a lot of the members thinks it's a goat track, but hell, in a year it could actually be a goat track. We don't do something about it. And that started the process. You know, when I came to Fallon, was working for a big Ada County firm in Reno. One of the things that compelled me to come out here is the 9-hole. We had a golf course. I grew up on a golf course in Montana. And in my office at Churchill County, every day that I worked here, is a picture of that hometown golf course in Forsyth, Montana. That picture resides in my Carson City office to this day because of the lessons I learned at at my hometown golf course as a little kid. My hope is, and it's not true, but my son in his office in Reno does not have a picture of the Fallon Golf Course, but he does have the Mayor's Cup sitting proudly. That his name is on there, the 3-time winner. Our team has won the Mayor's Cup. So preserving the Fallon Golf Course for what it does for this community, was very important back in 2012, and we had to do something about it. So the due diligence started, the purchase process. You know, we had to figure out how to buy the golf course, how to get a management company to run the golf course, get the appraisal, and do all this in a timely manner. Then we also had to convince the sellers, the local investors, that they could receive only 40% of their money back. They sell it at a loss. So we started the process. So I want to go over the deal, how we purchased the Fallon Golf Course. The golf course closed on February 28, 2013. We paid $695,000 was the purchase price. We got 118 acres, 132.72 acre-feet of underground water rights, 14.97 acres of service irrigation water rights, a clubhouse, storage units, golf equipment, all the personal equipment. And guess what? We had the seller retain all the liabilities associated with the golf course. So we weren't going to assume any of the liabilities that they had going forward. All of this was subject to the Board of County Commissioners' approval and appraisal and the execution of an agreement with a golf course management company. Why was that important? That was important because we didn't want this to become a money pit. There were 3 members of the public that were very adamant to this Board of County Commissioners when they were sitting up on that Diaz of buying the golf course, this is going to become a money pit for the county. I made it my personal goal. That would not happen. That would not happen. So we start the due diligence process. We find out Tahoe City entered into a management service agreement. They went out for bid. They hired a consultant. They paid them $150,000 to figure out what the hell to do with their golf course and to save their golf course at Tahoe City. Due to technology and the internet and all that stuff, I was able to watch all the meetings. I was able to get the proposal that company had. We followed that matrix, and it didn't cost the county a penny for the due diligence. A lot of my time, energy, and effort to make it happen. I made a couple phone calls, found out who replied to their RFP, got a hold of those folks, created a package, developed an RFP with the district attorney's office, and away we went. As it turns out, we ultimately ended up with just one proposal from Duncan Golf Management. So what was the deal for them? So that was the county's deal was $695,000. So what did Duncan bring to the table? Duncan Golf Management came with their expertise of golf. Okay, they operated Lake Ridge, Dayton. They had Tahoe City under lease. They ultimately had Kiley Ranch, Wild Creek, and Wolf Run courses that they've owned and operated. Some that they just operated. Okay, so the Board of County Commissioners entered into a 5-year lease agreement with them. Okay, from March 1st, 2013 to February 28, 2018. They had the ability for 3 subsequent 5-year agreements. So the board was willing to lock up for 20 years with Duncan Golf Management the management and operations of the golf course. We buy the golf course, they run, operate, and manage it. So what does the county get? The first year they would get $1,651 in guaranteed rent. $1,651. Anyone besides Art know how that was computed? And Sherry? Well, no. Maybe we'll see if Sherry knows. Anybody know how that dollar amount was computed? That was the interest rate that Kelly was getting on the investments of county money on $695,000. We believed that the county ought to, for the buying an asset, should get a return on the investment similar to what they were getting at the local government investment pool and in the investments. Back then, as you can tell, interest rates sucked. It wasn't a lot of money. In addition to that, in the agreement, there was a percentage rent enhancement. So we got 5% of gross revenues over $400,000. Okay. We also agreed to fund capital improvements to Duncan at $75,000. And away we went. The board approved that. We bought the golf course. And the other goal was, number one, the goal was to preserve the county asset. Number two was I made a commitment to the Board of County Commissioners as staff that I would do everything within my power to make sure this Board of County Commission chambers was not filled with golfers bitching and complaining in front of the Board of County Commissioners about how the Fallon Golf Course operates. How many meetings? How many meetings has the golf course folks filled this room since 2013, bitching and moaning about the golf course? 0. honored that commitment, okay? And the bad thing is Duncan ended up not honoring their commitment. As it turns out, they decided that, you know what, they needed to make more money, you know? So they provided us, you know, within the lease agreement, there was a termination clause. They had to give us, I think it was 180 days notice that they wanted to terminate. So they terminated their agreement on December 31st, 2016. Basically 3 years. 3 years. So, wow, the county was in a position, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? Okay? So there were lessons learned by being involved in the Duncan Golf Management operations, watching and going what was going on. What I learned is that the Fallon Golf Course is a meaningful community asset to Fallon, America. Okay? You know, there's 2 state championship teams out of the high school that played and grew up on that Fallon Golf Course. Okay? There's 2 individual state champions, Scott Smith when it was in the 4A. The shot that was heard around southern Nevada on the 18th hole down in Las Vegas at the Paiute Golf Course when we were tied going into the last hole. He was the last guy. His approach shot lands within 2.5 feet. He birdies the hole. He wins the individual title. The team wins the state title. Churchill County gets put on the map. I wasn't there, but I heard the story from Coach Jeff Lockwood, Charlie Lockwood, and the rest of the team. We had the community house celebration at the golf course for that team. And the excitement of those kids, it was amazing. Then you move forward to 2011. You know, I was blessed that my son was part of the state championship golf team. They won the state championship at Hidden Valley Golf Course in Reno. Okay, Matt Vanderbeek was the state champ. We won by 4 strokes. Wasn't quite as dramatic, but it was pretty impressive to have a state championship. And those kids, the lessons and the values that they learned on this community asset here in Fallon is so, so important. So I learned that the community cared about the golf course. They supported the golf course. And looking at the financial numbers, it would work if we could find the right guy. If we could find the right guy or gal to run the golf course. So what we did is we developed a nonprofit board, Fallon Golf Course Inc., okay? And on that board was myself, Lem Macedon from the city, Jeff Lockwood, who was managing the golf course for the investors, Leslie Paul, who was an owner, her and her husband, her and Marty owned the golf course for many years, and Randy Bigley. Randy Bigley was a golf pro. He's a Fallon native, golf pro at Lake Ridge Golf Course at the time. So we had the brain power and the right people to make this go forward. So then we went out, and I tasked my intern in the comptroller's office, senior girl in high school, to draw a circle of 300 miles from Fallon. And I want you to go research every golf course in 300 miles. Where we developed a package that we sent, a recruiting package, that all the pros and the assistant pros of these golf courses within a 300-mile circle. Unbeknownst to me, one of the packages landed at La Contenta Golf Course in California. So we had 6 applicants apply. Okay, we went through the review process. And on a snowy, cold, wintry day like yesterday, when the wind's blowing frickin' 30 miles an hour, it is freezing cold. Lem Macedon and I end up meeting this Marty Davis and his wife Jamie at the golf course. Lem and I met a half hour early. Okay, we unlocked the pro shop because it's empty. Temperature's at 50 degrees. It's frickin' cold inside there. It's even colder outside. Lem's because I don't know if this is such a good idea today. Well, that was the day that was agreed upon for the tour. We take Marty around, and Marty's in the golf cart with me. Jamie's in the golf cart with Lem. They drive around. Marty looks at the golf course, asks a lot of good questions. We're doing everything we can to sell the golf course on him. And, he goes away, and we end up having an interview process later. But that was, a required deal was all the people who put in needed to show up and get a tour of the golf course so they knew what they were getting into. Because we didn't want them to think this was Augusta National. This is Fallon Golf Course. It's not where the Masters played, but it's the best damn golf course in Fallon, America. We wanted to keep it that way. We need the right person to run it. So as it turns out, Marty ends up taking a risk, moving his family from La Contenta to Fallon, America, to run our beautiful 9-hole golf course. And Marty's a PGA pro, director of golf. He has over 30 years experience. He's ran private country clubs, big country clubs, 9-hole courses, public courses. His golf resume was pretty doggone amazing. Okay, we had 2 different classes of people that applied. We had young guns and experienced veterans. One of the people that applied was Petey Paul, Leslie Paul's son, who happened to be on the state championship golf team in 2011, and great kid. Cole Urquiaga, one of the top 5 golfers in Northern Nevada the year of 2011, part of those young guns. The board, ultimately, the nonprofit board recommended Marty, subject to Leslie Paul doing a background investigation. Leslie did a background investigation. For those of you who don't know, Leslie Paul used to work for the Secret Service, was Vice President George Bush's, when he was Vice President, detail with him, and then with Dan Quayle. No, excuse me, she was not with Dan Quayle. County Manager Brad Ketch had, had duties assigned with Dan Quayle. But she did research. Her brother owns a golf course up at Lake Tahoe, has a cart business, and she searched high and low to find somebody that would say something negative about Marty Davis. Yes, she couldn't find. Because, you know what? I would argue when you do what's right, do the best you can, treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. If you have those ethics, that integrity, people aren't going to say bad things about you. Well, Leslie couldn't find anyone to say anything bad about Marty, and she had back channels of, we had his references, but she knew people in the industry, and everybody knew Marty was what a class act. At that point, she says, Alan, if we don't hire him, something's wrong with us. He's the right guy at the right time for our place right here, the Fallon Golf Course. So we brought Marty on, okay? So, we didn't want it to become a money pit. We recruited, and then the Marty Davis era began. So what happened? Okay, net income, revenues, 2019 revenues, $395,000, net income, $8,000. 2020 revenues of $407,000, net income, $9,776. 21, he's raised revenue to $545,000, net income, $85,000. In 2022, $609 in revenue, net income, $48,000. 23, $647,000 in revenue. We lost $20,000, $20,452. 24, revenue, $651,000. Okay, lost $24,699. And this last year, just ending December 31st, revenue $721,000 with net income back in the black, $12,741. Okay. In my career, the first mountain was to make sure that I could balance a budget, keep Churchill County financially secure. In my second season, if you will, probably from 2018, my second mountain is making strategic decisions that impact other folks and entities that will benefit people that we will never know. And I argue that's what we did when we hired Marty. Okay, we've made an impact on the Fallon Golf Course. We've kept it operational and successful since he's been here. Okay, some of the success stories: over $100,000 raised in community charities through golf tournaments. I talk about the state championship golf team, Scott Smith, Matt Vanderbeek. Scholarships every year. Last year we gave 5 scholarships to kids, high school kids, for money raised at the Fallon Golf Course. We've grown, as a nonprofit, one of our missions is to grow the game of golf. The number of youth golfers is increasing. The number of women golfers is increasing. The men's club has been revitalized, and things are growing. As you can tell, from revenues of $395,000 to $772,000 in the most current year. Success, in my opinion, from the outside looking, okay? But with success comes growing pains. It's Fallon Golf Course. It's 9 holes. We got Fallon members who have been lifelong members out there since the day that thing was built, and they got their ways. And their ways sometimes aren't compatible with what needs to be done. So we had to work on the development of rules, okay? And then the development of rules, Joe smiles, he goes, with that is sometimes isn't an easy task, right? Especially with social media and misunderstanding and miscommunications, and there was a little uproar about a couple of the rules associated with children, under a certain age and supervision and that type of thing. But those things is a good challenge for Marty to have to deal with, okay? Because we have only limited capacity. Every 9 minutes is perishable inventory when you can only sell or people at tea time, So we have challenges of, quote, overcrowding at the golf course. I used to be able to go out and play 9 holes in an hour walking by myself quick. Can't do that anymore because guess what? The golf course is full. I can do that if I'm there at sunrise and, and I stay out of the way of the maintenance guys, mowing the greens and doing their work, okay? But, so we've developed rules. We have capital improvement plans. We have some facility challenges, okay? There's some challenges with the facility, the way the clubhouse, the clubhouse is 1 million years old, okay? The way the bar's set up and the way the restaurant works and operates and where the pro shop and that type of thing. We have challenges associated with marshaling, making sure people are following the rules, they're doing the right things, everybody's having a good time at this community asset so that they have a good experience for them, okay? We appreciate the support the community gives to Fountain Golf Course, okay? And, it'd be nice for a lot of improvements. It'd be nice if the pro shop area was separate from the bar restaurant area, okay? We operate with a bare bone budget, 2 full-time staff, a PGA pro, Marty Davis. Obviously, I'm an advocate. And then his head greenskeeper, Andrew. Okay, Andrew does the grass side, Marty does everything else, and together, they're, as a dynamic duo, they make it happen. We have an army of part-time staffers, low wages, volunteer workers, keeping the course affordable and operational. But with that, you got Monday morning quarterbacks. You got people that, everybody knows how to run a golf course. They got their great ideas. Keyboard warriors that, go bash and lambaste, on the internet, on social media, whatever, because they're passionate golfers. So sometimes that creates a dangerous mix. And someday, and I hope it doesn't happen, but someday this room may be full of people, passionate golfers, complaining about the Fountain Golf Course and saying it's time to go to 18 holes. So that's a quick overview. That's a quick overview of the history of the Fountain Golf Course. So now let's talk about the ask. What do I ask of the board? What do I ask as a taxpayer, as a golfer, as the president of Fountain Golf Course, Inc.? I ask, please preserve this community asset. Please allow the golf course to stay operational. It's failed in Yarrington. They lost their golf course, okay? Golf courses in Reno have closed, okay? We do it on a bare bones budget, support the golf course. Again, it may not be Augusta National, but it's the best we got. We need to preserve the land for the other 9 holes, whether it's across the river or whether it's on the old York property or combination of both. We need to do that for the future. And that's the ask of doing something today that your future self will be beneficial for. So if you do something with the land on the other side of the river in that housing development, make sure to dedicate land elsewhere that allows that golf course to expand someday to 9 holes. Will it happen in my lifetime or Marty's lifetime? I don't know, okay? We're not advocating that at this point, okay? So we ask, preserve the golf course, capital improvements, we got some safety issues. So in the budget, we got to do bridge improvements. Marty just got bids for an improvement, working with the county, working with Gary, and we're moving forward with that, okay? We have a parking lot. The parking lot has some issues, it's gravel. A lot of events happen, a lot of charity things, a lot of parties, weddings, those type of things. And at night, in the dark, ladies in high heels that haven't been out to the Fountain Golf Course, walking in gravel, slips, trip, and falls is a hazard. It'd be really cool if we could get the lights. We have the poles that were from the wastewater treatment plant. If we get the poles set and electricity out there and lights on, that'd be a good first step. Paving would be an awesome second step for the parking lot. You've been very generous over the years with equipment and supporting the golf course, supporting the board of directors and keeping the golf course open. And we just ask that you continue to do the same. But what I've seen from the distance as I left the county is old ways come into new ways and new ways of thinking and new ways of operating. And I'm not somebody stuck in the past, okay? In the same way that the Churchill County Senior Center used to be ran by a nonprofit board, now it's underneath the county. In the same way the CART was ran by a nonprofit board, and they were nonprofit employees, now it's brought in by the county. Someday, the Fountain Golf Course, Inc. may be under the county, and hey, that probably wouldn't be bad. The challenge with that as a taxpayer is the amount of money that the city of Winnemucca pays to maintain their golf course. The $1 million that Battle Mountain in Lander County pays to support that. the $1 million+ that Elko at Ruby View. And all we asked for is $75,000. But some passionate golfers are starting to show up at our meetings at the board of directors and starting to question why we aren't doing more. We, as a board, why aren't we pushing the county to give us more? And my comment to them is hey, if we push too hard, we could end up like Yarrington. So I thank you. I thank Marty, and Marty's done an amazing job, and you've supported Found Golf Course, Inc. I think the rate of return that the public gets on that golf course is awesome. I want to end with one quick story. 6 o'clock in the morning, I come out there on a Saturday morning, first guy out there, I bring my son, Theron. I hit the ball on going across the river. We stop, it's right at the hole. I stop halfway on the bridge. It looks like the ball is hovering. And I stop, and I say, hey, Theron, stop. We stood at the middle of that bridge. I was waiting for that ball to drop. Drop, drop. I get up there, stand over it, and you can see the ball. My 6-year-old son says, Dad, great shot, but it didn't go in. Wow. To deprive a future generation of that opportunity by having a closed golf course would suck. Pardon my language. I fast forward to Theron is a junior in high school. He gets a hole-in-one on the long, right now it's a hole 8, okay, on the long par 3. I was there, I witnessed it. What an amazing feat, okay? 2 years later on a Saturday night after church, we're golfing with Steve Sickerman, and son gets another hole-in-one. I was there. He played in a men's league tournament in March, his senior year, going into his senior year. He got a double eagle, so on a par 5 from 157 yards away, his pitching went in the hole for a deuce. Dad wasn't there. But guess what? When Dad was playing with a 2-time U.S. Open qualifier, Reno Tahoe Open paycheck earner, Scott Smith, state champion at men's night, Scott hits one across the river within 18 inches. So we start talking about how many hole-in-ones. Scott Smith says, oh, I've had 5. Theron says, yeah, I had 2. Bryce Sowers says, yeah, I've had 1. And I said, shit, I had none. And so my son hits the ball. He gets his within 3 feet. Okay? And Bryce hits his on the green about 10 feet away. And Scott, I'm getting ready to hit. I'm the last guy. Obviously, it tells you that I did the worst on the hole before, right? I get ready. Scott Smith leans over to Theron and says, hey, watch your dad hit a hole-in-one. Swung the club. Ball hits, goes forward, spins back. And my son yelled, it's in the hole, Dad, it's in the hole. Wow. Marquee moment. That's what family is. That's what the golf course provides this community for your $75,000. There are many, 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 many stories like that. So thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your continued support. And, we're here to answer any questions. A couple things on housekeeping. Found Golf Course, Inc., we have, there's 5 members now. I told you about the original members. We have now it's myself, Gary, the road superintendent, Joe from the assistant county manager, Paul Harmon from the city of Fallon, and Tomas Takansky resigned off the board. He was a member of the public appointed by the board. Currently, my position and Gary's position is up for reappointment. They're 2-year terms. According to the bylaws, it's determined by the Board of County Commissioners who to put on that board. And Tomas's, he has 1 more year, till the end of this year, December, and then his term would need to be reappointed, and that position is vacant. So we have basically 3 positions that need to be filled on the golf course. I'm willing to continue. I believe Gary is as well, and then however the board wants to go after that vacant position, filling that. There's been people that have expressed interest, and then I can share that information with Joe and Chris. You know, and Marty's probably has some folks that have expressed interest. How you want to go about filling that is up to you. I apologize for my passion. It's a good community asset. We got to preserve it. And Marty's doing a hell of a good job.
Thank
Be
you,
happy,
Alan.
or no, we'll let Marty answer all your tough questions.
Any questions or comments for the Fallon Golf Course?
I have just a couple points of clarification. One, Alan and Gary are on the agenda for March 5th to be reappointed to the board. We'll do a kind of standard recruitment for the absent position. Also, Alan says $75,000. I just want to make clear that it's $50,000 from the county and $25,000 from the city, unless he's asking for more, and I...
We'll ask for more, but you're exactly right. It's been community support of 75, 50, 25. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
There's probably a couple other technical, but I got the Duncan agreements, I got the financial statements, all that other stuff.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you guys for your time. Do you have anything you want to add, Marty?
I do not. Just one quick question. Joe, what about the vacancy? Is that going to be on the next meeting as well to address that, or?
It won't be on the meeting. It will be, I'll be reaching out to you with sort of our standard packet of, you know, what we ask people to fill out to be considered.
Okay.
And then we'll go through that process.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you guys. Let's take a quick 10-minute break since that was scheduled for 10:30 anyway. So we'll take a 10-minute break, so we'll reconvene at 10:40.
You gotta have that one.
Okay, we'll go ahead and continue with this meeting. We'll move to our 1:30 appointment, which is now 10:45, or, no, 10:48. The Comptroller, Commissioners, and General Government. Sherry?
Thank you. What's up on, I'm going to go through the screen. And so the comptroller's offices, we're not asking for anything. We just had the increase in salaries. And then we'll see what happens with the job study. So that's all I have for the comptroller's office. And if we'll go to the commissioners. Yeah, that's the page. Thank you. Linda already touched on the areas that are increasing with the different technologies that are going to be going through the fund, and those were the only increases in the commissioner's budget besides the salaries. The next one, please. I mean, I'll stop anytime you want. If you have questions on the various funds, let me know. Okay, this is the general government. Alexa added some information on the general government yesterday, and these are all the contracts that we have. Insurance goes through there. The auditor's fees go through their various contracts. And there was not really any asks on my side. There was a couple changes that Alexa had done, but there's nothing there. Next one, please. We can, we can go to admin assessment. This fund here, we get the fees that are billed out from the Justice Court, and those have been continuously every year going down. And what we did with this money is we transferred whatever fees came in to pay back the county for the remodel of the historic courthouse. And so we're not being able to transfer as much because the fees are low, so it's down to $5,000. Okay, building reserve, please. Building reserve, these are place marks. We put these there, and anything that comes out of here should go before you and be approved. So these are just place mark dollars. It has not changed since the current year's budget. Infrastructure, please. Oh, did I skip one? Oh, capital project. Hey, I don't want to skip that one. This is the one where all the money's sitting. We have place marks for the district court. This is where the Navy money has been sitting. This is where we've done some of our major projects. We have some COVID money in there as well. These are place marks, so depending on the board's direction, this is just place marks, and anything that would be spent out of this account would come before you. Infrastructure tax fund. This is where we're paying for the county's portion of the TDRs. This is infrastructure taxes that are put into this fund, and they can be used for water and infrastructure related to the county, and mostly the water and sewer and that kind of stuff. So this fund could potentially be used for the building of any kind of water plant or something like that. Right now, we're just paying for the TDRs through this fund, and it's transferred to the water resource fund, just our portion. And this is just an in and out. This is state money. It comes in, it comes out. I just increased it because the amount of money that we're collecting for this is going up, and so I just increased it to cover that. But it's really more like an agency fund. We're just collecting the money for the state and moving it through this fund.
I have a quick question on the infrastructure fund. Can that be used for things like Randy mentioned, the stuff that you want to put on the shelf, the equipment that is related to that, or is it only for capital size pieces?
Capital projects. It's not for any kind of operating. If it was like a bit, yeah, I wouldn't say you could just buy stuff and put it on the shelf if it was a major renovation, but it's not really meant for maintenance, if that makes sense.
I know he had several pieces of significant maintenance that were being done with those two plants, and I wasn't sure if it was only for construction of a new plant or if it would be allowed for.
Well, I don't know. I would ask an attorney to read how the fund was set up and have a judgment on that.
Perfect.
The forfeiture, please. This is a account where we collect the money and we put it, okay, let me explain this better. When money is forfeited and it goes to the county, it goes into here. And then we have the DA's office, we have the state, we have the task force, they can spend this money, and the sheriff's office can spend this money. And they use the money that's forfeited from these cases to fund various things within the county. And so that's what this is. And that's a flat budget because we're not sure when they're going to ask for the money. Extraordinary repairs, this is also, this is for what people are using, like Jorge had said, for the parking lot and for major building repairs. And we just left it the same as the prior fiscal year. This is the E911 account. This is, there's a board over this in which they decide how they're going to spend the money. This is where all the fees that are coming in from your cell phone, where you're paying 50 cents every month or whatever to have the E911. And this year, so far, the board had approved, the E911 board approved those servers for the SO. And so, and that, the sheriff's office also looked at this budget to see if there was something that they needed. Oh, no wonder it moved. This is compensated absences. This is where we do the 1.25% that we charge each department for their payroll, and those funds are put into this compensated absences fund, and we use this to pay out when people retire and they get a payout, or when they leave and they get the payout of their compensated absences. That way it flattens the cost for the departments, because if it was to hit the department, somebody retired and they got a payout of $50,000, it's funded within this account. So that part would hit this account instead of the departmental budget. We also pay, when we do the leave conversions, that comes out of this fund. And we have some retiree insurance, which is funded through the state, and we are billed through the state, and that has gone up. So that was the increase in the budget this year, as to the retiree insurance that we have to pay, that we're mandated to pay to the state.
I have a question regarding that. If every department in their payroll has got compensated absences budget into their budget, and we have money budgeted in here, are we not doubling up on that budget, on those dollars?
No, the money is being, well, I mean, yeah, cost-wise, you're moving, it's a revenue on this side, so that would be a wash.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
And then when it's actually paid out. And there's a timing issue, so we're funding it and for people as they go along, and then when they retire, it's already in there because it's different time periods, typically, unless they're all in the same year. Okay, contingency. I had upped the contingency fund last year to cover for the elected possibility, and it did happen, of the elected officials' pay increases. So that was why it was up as far as I could go to keep the budget in compliance with the state. So I reduced that down to $300,000. We used to have some money that I put into the Yucca Mountain, which has gone away. So I just moved that $100,000 from Yucca Mountain to here. So that's a contingency fund. And this would be money that we could actually move around if we needed augmentations, if there was no greater than anticipated revenues that we could use, or opening fund balance. So it's a placeholder. This is debt service. That's what we have to pay in debt every year. And that's the exact amount that we're going to owe for the 2027. Next one, thanks. And this is where we pay for the inspection fees for the health district. That's the same budget. Restitution account, this is an in and out account depending on, this is what you can see, Justice Court, District Attorney, probation, juvenile probation, and SO put money in restitution if need be, if they get it, and then it pays out. So it's an in and out. It's pretty much an agency fund. It's not like a revenue or anything. It's just we have to account for that there, so we keep it there. Risk management, we have funds there for if there's issues, like if there's accidents, we have the $50,000 deductible with our insurance, and so that would go through here if it was under that. And so that's just a placeholder for possibilities of those type of issues. The scholarship fund, this is where we run the golf tournaments through. The general fund now gives them $9,000 into this fund to help fund scholarships for the county employees that get awarded the scholarships. And transfers, oh, there you go, there's your scholarship one. And those are the transfers that are coming out of the general fund, and they're the same as last year, 25 to the, and that coming out of the general fund transfers. Unemployment, this is where we pay the unemployment claims that we get for people that get unemployment. And so that's, I haven't seen a need to increase that budget yet. As you can see, we have enough money in there, but it's its own fund, so we just kept it flat.
The budget on that seems to be double what we usually do. Have we ever thought about lowering that line?
No, I haven't thought about it because it's a standalone fund and it really doesn't make a difference in that if we did have a big claim and we didn't have the money that's going in there, how we fund this is through an allocation of, let's say, I don't remember what I put in there, but like sales tax, doesn't get property tax, sales tax or geothermal, they get like a flat amount of money. So if we don't have enough budget in there, we get a big claim, then it could be a problem. But it's not something that's going to affect any kind of budgetary decisions when it comes to like cutting off your, how we're going to spend the asks.
Is the risk management the same way?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, historically, from what I saw up there, the most we ever paid was 90,000, yet we budget 300,000. That, it works the same way?
Yeah, it works the same way. They're
Has
standalone.
no impact on making decisions as far as the budget itself?
No, the only impact it would possibly have if you don't want to fund it like we've been funding it with, like, I don't have the revenue side in front of me, but we fund it like, I don't know, $50,000 from sales tax or $100,000 from sales tax. If you wanted to cut that, then I would probably have to cut the expenditure so that we have a balance. They don't have a lot of money in there. I don't have the fund balance in front of me, but it's not carrying a large fund balance. It's just enough to cover it. And public transit, that's, Gary talked on that yesterday. He had increased the amount that he was going to get transferred to the road department. And I think that's all that's there. Thank you. I have any questions?
RTC.
Oh, same thing.
That's what I said, that's RTC.
That's the public, yeah, that goes through RTC, yeah. That and the regional transportation.
Any questions, comments for the comptroller, commissioner, or general government funds? Okay, thank you, Sherry. Okay, we'll jump to the review and discussion of the presented budgets. How would you guys like to address it? What do you guys want to tackle first?
Do we,
Joe?
I was just going to ask, do you want me to give you an update on the comp study?
Please, yes.
So I had the opportunity to speak with our comp study folks yesterday from Baker Tilly on basically asking for the understanding that we have budget hearings today, that we needed to have an idea of what the numbers were going to look like, especially on a county-wide basis. They're still working on the employee-by-employee data and confirming that all of that is correct. But they provided us with two sort of options. The first, I'll start with this first sheet. It's the one with the lower numbers. There's no titles, but it says option 1, closest step without decrease, and the increase percent on that first one is 2.7%. So they had two separate sort of, I guess, philosophies moving forward. Their initial proposal, based off of the increases, was a lag to market. And so they had built in a 10% lag to market, not actually 10% dollar for dollar, but just sort of a market philosophy that has it reduced from a standard market. And that first sheet is with that lag built in. And I believe that they had done that because Obviously, they've done this before, submitted comp studies, had people say, well, that's a bigger number than I was willing to do, and so instead of really working on it, they just tossed the whole thing. My discussion with them yesterday related to, look, that's not the directive I've received from the commission. I believe they want to have the full information, and so we have the updated version with the higher numbers, which is at market. I can go through the 10% lag numbers if you'd like me to, but I'm going to proceed with the at market since that's my understanding of your desires. So they have 3 separate implementation philosophies. The first is option 1, the closest step without a decrease. This would be essentially adjusting people to a proposed pay plan. The proposed pay plan is similar to what we have now, but that table that we have that has 100 steps, it would be converted to 33 steps. Grades, sorry. 100 grades to 33 grades. And then we currently have 13 steps in each grade. They're proposing to reduce that to 11. So essentially what that is designed to do is to bring our pay table from a little bit more complex and frankly with a large number of grades that people don't use to a little more manageable and planned piece that has a defined purpose for each of the grades. So looking at this, the employees below the minimum, this is employees whose current salary is below the first step of the proposed new grade. So let's say your current salary is $50,000 and you're a step 2. If the new grade would be, if step 1 of the new grade would pay you $51,000, you're in this below minimum grade because your current salary is below the very minimum. No matter what we do to put you on the first step in the range, you'll have an increase. Then the second piece is employees within range. So on the proposed plan of 11 grades, there's 11 steps. There's 3 steps between each, or 3% of dollars between each step. And so there's a range of around 33%. Employees within range just means that their current salary is somewhere between the minimum and the maximum. Obviously, there's a fairly wide range there, and that's what that means. So you could be, say, a grade 50, step 8, and the new grade, say, 12, step 1 is below you, and step 11 is above you. Where exactly you're at isn't 1 for 1. You're just somewhere in that range. So, and then obviously employees above the maximum, that would mean people whose current salary is above the highest step 11 of the new proposed grade, which you can see we don't have a lot of. So, there's 3 options. Option 1, closest step without a decrease. What this would mean is we'd implement the new table. We would have the 33 grades with the 11 steps. Every employee would be placed on the closest step that they would be on that's not a decrease. So every employee who's currently below the minimum would become to step 1, and then every employee who's within range would go to the closest step that's not a decrease, which is why you see in the percentages, employees that are below the minimum is a relatively larger increase, the 7.2%. This is bringing people up. Employees within range, it's 1.5%, which makes sense because somewhere right now with a 3% range in your steps, you're going to be between 0.1% and 2.9% to get to that spot, and so it averages to 1.5. Option 2, this is steps based on years in position. This option is where we implement the same pay plan, the 33 grades with 11 steps. every employee would be evaluated on the number of years they've been in the current position they hold. And so you would be at whatever step is based on the number of years that is not a decrease. So it's a blend, right? That we wouldn't have anybody decreased because of that. But if you've been hired recently, like our IT professional, right, where you'd say, okay, we hired you at step 7. You've been in that position for a year. The new grade says you should have 1 year of experience at this position is this number. And you'd fall back to wherever that is that's not a decrease. And then finally, option 3 is staying on the same step. This is essentially exactly as it sounds. If you're a step 8 now, you would be a step 8 when we implemented the new plan. As you know, we've had a number of conversations with people who've been hired recently that may not apply to them, but otherwise that would be the intent. Now looking at the numbers, you'll see option 1, as we'd expect, is the cheapest option. This current study includes 222 employees, and the difference in cost in straight salary would be $475,000. Option 2, the difference in salary is $964,944. And option 3, the difference would be $1,325,358. Now this is just salary. Most of our law enforcement people are not included directly in the salary, are union employees. And so the difference is based off our PERS rate. Our current PERS rate is 36.75%. There is some compensated absences as well. And so assuming a blended rate of about 40% is what our increase would be to cover our, some of our law enforcement, JPO officers, captains, undersheriff, et cetera. They would be at the higher PERS rate of 58.75. So overall, the percentages of options 1 is a 3.9% increase, option 2 is a 7.9% increase, and option 3 would be a 10.8% increase in our base salaries. Again, not every employee would be treated exactly the same. Some would stay roughly the same, some would receive more.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Any questions or comments from board or staff?
I got that, okay. Is the information going to be available to the board on the comparison with other counties? I mean, these charts are nice, but what about I thought part of the comp study was going to be looking at other counties, see how we compare. Is that taken into account here, or where is it, or what happened to it?
So that is the market comparison. So what we will be doing is, when each employee position by position is provided, there is the evaluation of the position as it currently is held in Churchill County, and the evaluation that we've provided for that position. Some positions are evaluated higher in Churchill County than they are, say, elsewhere. Say our road department, I think, is a strong example where our road department is a complete department, operates its own, does paving and projects that many other counties only do by bid. So we may put a higher evaluation on that than the market would. There'll also be a percentage market that's going to say this is the average across the 10 data positions that we provided, and what that market evaluation would say for that position. And then there's the proposal from Baker Tilly on where they would put that position on our grade table. But like I said, the individual position by positions isn't 100% available. Like I said, we just did the market piece yesterday. It is expected to have individual departments receiving just information for their department early next week. We'll be getting comments from that back to Baker Tilly, and then we will be having a presentation to department heads and the board the week following that.
Well, doesn't like me. Will we ever be able to see the underlying information that these numbers are based on? Will we be able to see the information they gain from the other counties and how we actually compare with what other counties are paying? Because that's who we're competing with for staff. So where I realize that went into this, but where is all that information?
So they have a market rate that they're going to be providing.
When you say market rate, what's that based on?
That's the average midpoint across the 10 counties that we've compared to.
And will they show us the 10 county information?
I think you can get them one by one, but not every position obviously had every 10.
Right.
And so we'd have to ask for it each department, each piece by each piece.
I would simply suggest it might be helpful to the commissioners to see the underlying information that these numbers were based on, in making whatever judgment you want to make on them. Maybe it's too complicated, I don't know, I'm not that smart, but it might be helpful to them. Will these people be available to answer questions on these?
They're doing a presentation on March 4th.
Okay.
That was my next comment, was that this is just here for us right now, just so we know budget-wise what's going on, but we're going to be presented by Baker and Tilly again and about the comp study and what they did in that comp study. Yep. Any other questions or comments?
Did these numbers include, is this a weighted number, or do we got to add more to that number?
This is the non-benefited rate. This is only salary. So 40% would need to be added to account for benefits,
Whichever line we choose.
whichever option you choose. And part of that is I'm hoping to get a little feedback on the just general option plan so that when we send it out to departments, we send the data that aligns to which piece. You don't have to make a decision today, but just so that we know where we're focusing our energies.
So if we went with option 2, not that that's the direction, well, option 2 on the big sheet, the big number.
Okay, this number? Yep. Okay.
For those
Would
that are
that-
following,
would
for
that-
those that are following along, the one with the 3.9%,
7.9.
yep, 7.9, 10 point, yeah.
Would that include the step increase as well for that, if this was implemented?
It does not include merit increases, no.
Well, that's already factored in the budget. The merit increases in the COLA's already in the budget.
But the table changes the amount of the
No, the-
step increase,
Thought they were-
correct?
I thought she already had them in the budget.
Yeah, there would be slightly changed numbers on the merit because the new step is moving from 2.5% between steps to 3% between steps. This number does not include either the 2% for cost of living or the impacts of a merit increase.
Sorry, I'm doing math over here. Any other questions or comments, Sherry? Gotcha.
We're going to change. And then, so if we were to implement this, we would do the 2% on top of that.
The merit.
Yeah, if that,
And the COLA.
if you approve that.
The COLA and the merit, right?
Yeah,
It's
well,
based
the
on
merit
new
would be
wage.
another 5% on this, yeah. 0.5, yeah.
0.5, yeah. okay.
0.5, okay, I missed a point. Pointless.
Yeah, but it's going to be figured on their old wage, so it's not going to be a lot of money.
Correct. We already have a 2.5% planned under their old wage, so we would be looking at an additional 0.5% on this additional increase.
So then if you took that number and times 0.5% on it.
Joe, to maintain the 2.5%, we just have to increase the steps again, correct? To go from 11 to 13, or whatever that number would be.
Correct. We don't have to adopt the 11 steps. We could stay at 13 steps with 2.5% changes, but
Plus 67. That's 1.4. So I see, like, if you added, used that wage and added everything in, that's like at 1.417921. Close, that's average, or quick math. And that's including the new pay structure, correct?
yes, this is based off the new pay structure.
And I like the new pay structure, that's a plus for me.
I like the new one too, it simplifies things.
Yeah.
For sure.
Is there any other questions from board or staff on this agenda item?
I would just like to, so we have to sort of make some direction today.
Yep.
So I want someone else to agree or disagree if we're just going to use this middle line here as a talking point. Do they agree that the 1.417 is a good weighted number to make some direction on?
I agree with you. So all three of us agree that we're kind of pursuing that option 2 step based on years in position.
And then do we agree on that number? I want to make sure that.
Yeah,
you got
just
somebody else
for, yeah,
agrees.
just for that sake of clarity, it's 1.4 million is what we're looking at for that
Yeah.
increase.
Two different sheets here.
Yep, so you're gonna go to the sheet with the percent increase of 3.9, 7.9, and 10.8.
Oh,
It has the bigger, scarier numbers on it.
okay, and so you're looking at the 7.91? Is that the one you're approving?
We're looking at the 7.9 one,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay. So I think that takes care of that, so let's go to, any other questions, clarity, anything like that anyone needs? Go
May
ahead.
I'd just like to add something, and what I didn't mention yesterday. When we do a property tax, delinquent property tax auction, the property in most cases will sell over and above, which gives us excess proceeds. When I take those excess proceeds from the sale, I keep it for a year, and within that year's time, the homeowner can request those funds as long as they provide the proper information to my office. If nobody requests those funds after a year, that money goes back into the general fund. So from our 2024 tax sale, I have just under $53,000 that'll go back to the general fund. Some years it's $240,000, some years it's $3,000, or even nothing, just depending on the year. So this is what is going to be transferred into the general fund that'll go into for whatever we need. The other point I wanted to make is how departments, you had mentioned that you're encouraging departments not to short their expenses because then it's a shortfall at the end of the year where comptroller's office has to augment into, take money and augment. When I have 40 accounts, when I do my interest allocation, it's allocated into 40 funds. And of those 40 funds, if anybody, and it's done by a weighted average, so you have to have a certain balance to a beginning balance, and then what you bring in your adjustments, whether it's a negative or a positive, it's going to give me a positive ending balance, and then it's based on that percentage, and that's what each fund will get. So my point is when we have departments' funds that go negative every month, they do not get a part of this interest allocation. I will zero it out because otherwise we start reducing from their accounts. So I just zero it. So it's just, my thought would be it's so that we're not having anybody in that negative. And yes, it could occur on a odd occasion, but on a regular occasion, it's, there's funds I haven't put money in because of that. So that's just information for you guys.
Thank you, Linda. Any other questions or comments? Okay, how would you guys like to go about this? So I think we've taken care of the comp study and how we want to approach that. So I think we might move to the supplemental request, or?
Well, the first thing, I just want to get straight, so we're straight. Right now, as the budget was presented with the ask, if we just did everything that we did, we have $1 million left over to provide to the comp study. Is that correct? Is that how I understand that?
Wait,
I believe
guess-
mine, is that how I understood your email?
I projected increase in revenue about 3.7 million. 2 million was already allocated to the changes in payroll before the job study. So that would leave us about $1.8 million to cover the job study and any additional requests without anything changing.
So just the payroll increases that has to happen.
Yeah, that are in here already.
We have 1.8 left over.
Yes.
And that's for the comp study and any additional items outside of their normal budget,
That's correct.
okay? All right. And then you also said that in your budget proposal, you did not include CC Com's profit transfer, is that correct?
Well, no, I've just, in what I just verbally said, I just included it. So 1.8 would
Okay.
include the transfer from CCCOM of the 845,000.
And have we reached out to the phone company to see how their profit transfer is going to work this year?
No, I
And what the
didn't.
amounts are going to be?
I don't know. I have not gotten their budget yet. They don't have to submit it yet.
I did. So I spoke with Mr. Fest, and he said that they're aligning their budget and getting it going, and that their intentions right now were to do a profit transfer of 1.2.
So
The
that bring,
transfer part only?
The profit transfer was a 1.2 is what they're going to probably put into their budget.
hold on, profit transfer or payment in lieu of
No, no,
taxes?
payment in lieu of taxes will be the 480. It's right at 480.
No, the in lieu of taxes is not at 480. It's at 3 something.
Okay, it's right around 400. Okay, that's.
Okay, yeah.
Right, okay. But then he said the profit transfer was going to be 1.2 is what
Okay,
he's
so
gonna.
from 845,000 to 1.2?
That's what he's thinking.
Wonderful. That'd be great.
To help us make some decisions. So I just want to make sure where we stood on that, so.
But that's not guaranteed yet.
Well,
Well, you'll be approving it, so.
I'm gonna say, we'll be the ones approving it, so I mean, it is.
Yeah.
So that'll bring up the kind of the remainder that we have as 2.2, that is a 1.2 million profit transfer from CC Communications. So that leaves 2.2 million that we kind of have, roughly speaking, wiggle room with, and we have a total additional request of 15 million. So do you guys want to go through that? And some of them, yes, like reimbursable from the Navy, and yet there is some of them on there, but still.
We're right there.
Yeah, right. So do you guys want to go through the supplemental request, just line by line like we did last year? I don't know if you guys liked that last year or not, or how would you guys like to go about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just simplifies things, I
Okay.
think.
I-
But it's whatever what Mr. Hyde thinks.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I feel like,
The supplemental request.
I mean, do we want to take the elephant first, or do we want to?
Well, I think first thing, I agree. We have to decide where we stand with the comp study. That's going to tell us everything else. Like, if we're going to fully fund it, then we know that's 1.4 at the moment.
Well, yeah, that's,
Yeah, that's been decided.
So if that's the case, then we have,
2.2 minus the 1.4.
well, I come up with, because she said we had 1.8 available.
We had 1.8 originally, but that was before we learned that CC Communications was giving us an additional 400,000.
So it's 2.2 minus
2.2.
1.4.
2.2 minus 1.4.
Yep. And then when we talk about this, we're not talking about capital outlay, because that will come,
Well, some of it you will be,
Some of it, yeah, well, if we can go through.
if it's
that,
not
we'll do
grant
that.
funded.
yeah.
So we're looking at like a 1.4 million that we can spend out of here after the job study. Is that what you guys are saying? We got lost.
I came up
Or
with
1 million?
800,000.
I have 800,000.
800, oh, we're going for 800,000, okay. Oh, I thought they were doing 2.
2.2 minus the 1.4 that is the burden wage study.
Oh, burdened, okay. That's where I got it.
It's not a burden.
It's a huge burden.
Also, on the personnel request, everyone that had a reclassification, does that sort of get covered with the comp study?
That
if
was
we-
my question as well.
Some of it, yes, some of it, no. And so, like I said, we haven't done full position-by-position analysis, but I guess what I'd say is some of the pieces that are being made of a request are of a nature of reclassifying the trainee, that kind of thing. Those are being included in the comp study by having trainee position and the new position. Things like the court services request for a senior court services specialist. There generally will not be, there wouldn't be a creation of that new position out of the comp study. They might have seniority-based pieces, but it wouldn't have a supervisor-level created position. So that type of request wouldn't. The juvenile probation office reclassifying the office specialist to a legal secretary, we're going to have a comp study for office specialists, and that would carry over to office specialist. It wouldn't cover a complete change in job duties. So I'm going to say that the majority of changes will not be covered directly in the comp study as far as changing the position. The value to the employee in terms of payment may be covered. So for example, if we say, part of the reason we're looking to reclassify is to ensure that employee is compensated and chooses to continue to stay with the county, that is being covered in the comp study. Reclassifications of duties is not.
But you think the value is just going to be even? There's no additional cost?
I would expect to have additional costs for the majority of these personnel requests. So I guess we can go through them as we go here, but.
I need to go through them one by one so I know what to do with the budget.
So for example, the reclassification, alternate public defender, reclassification of a legal secretary to a senior legal secretary. We have those positions existing, and so this comp study is going to evaluate both of those positions. And so moving, that piece will not be covered under the comp study because the legal secretary is going to match with the future legal secretary, and the senior legal secretary will match with the senior legal secretary. And so it will still have an impact. Now, that employee may be getting an increase anyway, whether they get promoted or not, but that position will not be covered in this 1.4 million number that you've discussed.
Okay. Computing that here.
Can I just mention this? The problem I see with going line by line and not setting some priorities beforehand is we start doling this money out, and then we get to something that is a priority in our head, and then we've already spent the money somewhere else. So I think a discussion needs to be had between the three of us of where's our priority, public safety, infrastructure, things like that. So that's what we can tackle first. You kind of follow what I'm saying?
I'm tracking, yeah.
Great.
I mean, I think we concentrate on personnel and see how far that takes us, I guess, huh? Maybe?
Well, you got 1.4 in personnel, so you won't get past it.
We're 600 over already.
Yeah.
In personnel.
Yeah, just in personnel, that's.
I mean, I feel like this is going to take care of, make our personnel whole, the compensation study. Now duties, that's different, right? So that's something we got to evaluate. My thought is, let's go to our priority first, because there's personnel in that in those, say it's the sheriff's office, there's priorities for personnel there is added. So if public safety is a priority, which I think it's a priority, for me it's a priority, honestly, it's the biggest increase in budget, so if we can start taking, obviously not going to get everything you want, but if we can start taking some bites out of stuff that's a priority and then move on from there.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, for sure.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure I understand this, because maybe I don't. On the capital outlay request, that's not part of the budget, because we already have that money. We're just going to use that. We're just determining what we're going to build this year, if we build anything. Is that correct?
Not exactly. I mean, yet purchase of a new mower, that's going to, you can see over in the department where it's going to come out of.
I
So
understand.
So we would have, so it's going to affect the budget because there's no budget there. The only thing, like the,
Okay, so if it's a item, it's probably gonna come out of our budget. If it's a structure, it'll come out of the capital aid. Is that what you're saying?
it'll come out of the department that's listed there, like the library, and actually I put the museum, and I should have highlighted the museum. Neither one of these are in the budget. They were requesting this out of like the building reserve or something like that. But the Parks and Rec and all the road department and the sheriff stuff, that's all coming out of these funds as well. So that's out of your 8 million, unless you want to reallocate Navy money to some sort of capital project.
Well, my understanding is in the capital outlay account, that we had 19 million sort of set aside for the courthouse, and there was 6 million sitting there that could be spent on infrastructure. Is that true or false?
I don't have it in front of me, but some of the money was already in there that was not previously allocated. Like we had COVID money, about 9 million, and then we have about 10 million left in the Navy fund, so 19. So whatever the fund balance is at, that could be allocated to something in
The
here.
conversation I had with
Yeah,
you, that's
that's the
how
same
I
thing.
remember the conversation.
Yeah.
We had 19 set aside for the courthouse that still could be pulled back and sent somewhere else if we wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had like 6 million that was just unspoken for. It's
Yeah.
just sitting there that. for
That
something.
could be used for a capital project, and we
Okay.
could
And we
transfer
can-
it out of there.
And we could build a building with that, we could buy a lawnmower in that money.
It's a tax fund, and I don't believe you could use it. Again, I'd have to look at the legal ramifications on that account. I think it's just for infrastructure type things, so it wouldn't
Okay.
be like for a lawnmower, but if you were to build like the mechanic shop or
Okay.
something like that, that would be a
All right. So I just want to get
infrastructure.
a clear understanding before we start, as Commissioner Hyde said, we got these priorities, what is and what isn't, so,
Yeah.
all right. I think I'm ready to go.
Okay. Where do you want to start at? It's up to you guys. I'm the chairman, but you guys can decide however you guys want to address this.
Well, I think we need to start with our priorities. Commissioner Hyde identified that public safety was a priority for him. I can truly say that public safety is definitely a priority for me. Can't speak for you. So we could start there, I guess, and see where that takes us.
Okay?
I know that, and I'll start the conversation. The sheriff asked for 6 positions. I mean, we may need to think, can we do all 6, or should we do 3 and one in one of the commander ones, Or, and if we do some of these shifts or these positions, does it reduce the overtime? Can we reduce the overtime number? Some of those things is what I'm thinking. And then after that, I would probably go to the fire department, because we'll get 1/3 of that money back. And then we would probably start at district court, and district attorney, and alternate public defender. I guess is where I would, and then probation, see where it stands.
I guess I have a question for the sheriff, if he wouldn't mind, since we're on it.
I think that when you talk about
I've kind of held my questions till we've figured out a little bit of
Yeah, go ahead.
where we're at. So if you've got on here, add a sergeant, would that be an internal promotion, and then one of these other positions would come on to fill that?
Yes, sir. So the sergeant would be an existing person, and then the position would be filled by a deputy.
Okay.
So it would be at a entry-level rate, but we would have that additional cost. And so we didn't want to build infrastructure within ourselves with rank without having that spot approved with
Yeah,
you
I
guys.
didn't figure you'd go out on the street.
We
and
want
hire a
somebody that knows
sergeant,
what they're
right?
talking about within our office. Thank you.
For sure. And you talked about you needed that leadership, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be a more priority than, I'm not saying you won't get a detention deputy or 2, but would that be a priority more than?
Yes, it would. It would absolutely be, and I appreciate your interest in that. It would be, right now, we have within our detention center, that's where all of our new people start. That facility is very high liability, and I think anybody that's been around the business understands that. And so we need supervision there to help guide some of those new deputies make proper decisions. And so that's why it would be one of the highest priorities if we were in our ask.
Sure, go ahead.
Sheriff, when you backfill that deputy position that's being promoted to sergeant, these other 4 deputy positions are in addition to that, though, correct? Because that staff you have right now, you're going to move somebody to sergeant, you're going to have an empty deputy spot, you're going to want to fill that, and then are these 4 positions in addition to after you fill that vacancy?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I did too.
And I just have a question too. So is there a promotional level? Do they go to corporal and then they go to sergeant, or how does that work? I don't know.
No, they would go to sergeant. The only corporals that we currently have are within the investigations division. There used to be at one time corporals in the detention center and also on patrol. That went away a number of years ago, and with the only corporals we currently have are within the investigation section. Thank you.
Do you
So,
think-
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
So, say we add 3 positions, is that automatically going to add 3 new vehicles?
No, it would not, because those 3 positions would all be within, no, we would have the vehicles to cover that. The sergeant and the deputy that would be in the detention center would not need a vehicle, because those vehicles are already there. The other deputy, when they come out to patrol, would fit into one of the other vehicles that's already in our fleet.
And something that you said yesterday really rings true with me, especially in the environmental law enforcement now, is burnout. I don't want our deputies burned out, because I feel like that's when maybe emotions run where they maybe shouldn't run. And so that rang very true to me when I see what's going on around the country, and I don't want to end up that way. So they've got a high-stress job a lot of times. Sometimes it's not. I'm going to do a ride-along as soon as I can make my schedule work. So I understand where you're at, and I've looked at some other departments our size, and I feel like I know we can't get it all today, and but I feel like we should add a couple positions and a leadership position, and that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Sheriff, if you were to get 3 positions, for example.
Sure.
Which ones would you select? Would you get 3 deputies? Would you get a sergeant and 2 deputies? Would you get the sergeant, the corporal, and 1 deputy? What would be your choice?
Sergeant and 2 deputies. I need
Thank
the
you.
leadership. I need the leadership, and I need that guidance in the back. And then I need the bodies on to do the other stuff. But if we have a sergeant, he can still work in the jail, but he can also provide that guidance, that one-on-one instruction to the deputies that are in the back.
So
That's where I was leaning as well.
if you hired 3 people, do you think we could reduce that overtime line at all?
It would take a huge step in that direction, yes, sir.
So do you have a number off the top of your head? Is
I
it
don't.
100? Is it
I
200?
don't, because initially, we're going to still have to train them, and we're going to it's going to take several months down the road to get that going. I'm not able to tell you exactly, because there's things that we can't factor in there, such as hospital stays where we have to put people at.
Yeah, I understand.
Leave and that kind of thing, but it would take a big step in that direction, yes, sir.
So, like, if we give some kind of direction to hire additional people, I would ask you to evaluate your overtime line, and before we get this budget settled, if you could make a change to that to help, or notify staff, right? I'd like to lower that number if we can.
Okay. When would you like that number by?
Well, just, that would be a discussion between you and Mr. Sanford, I guess. And then if we do, say we recommend today to do 3 people. Is there something over here on the capital outlay that is more than personnel, that is more important to you than personnel?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me that line item that's more important?
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. No, there's nothing on there that's more important than personnel. I was like, yeah, I can knock those people out, the things off the capital outlay for the people, absolutely.
That threw me for a curve there as I go.
And I
All right, I just wanted to make sure. that-
Yeah, no, the personnel is, as I put in my letter to you guys, personnel of the jail medical are my top priorities.
Okay.
I have to have people so that I can avoid that burnout. I can get them where they're not, their families aren't hating the fact that they work at the sheriff's office. And the jail medical stuff is our top priorities.
So I would just like for you to take an extra look at the overtime once we decide what we think we're gonna do, is, look at that and just see if it can come down a little bit to help us.
I can tell you it can be reduced. It won't be reduced initially because we're gonna have to get them hired and get them trained. But once we have them trained, it will come down. I can tell you that right now.
There's also the understanding that on July 1st, the sheriff is not going to have the 2 or 3 positions there.
For sure.
I mean, we've seen what it takes to hire people. There's a 2-month lag when this first comes out. So there's going to be some savings on that end as well, so.
And the other thing I'd like to talk about with the sheriff is, their need for tasers. And the last thing we want to do is try to use a less lethal, and have it not work. We've all seen videos of, where one of the taser goes in and the other one's balled up at his feet. So, I don't know anything about tasers.
They work.
They work when they work.
We can show you if you'd like.
No, thank you. I've seen.
go through that as part of your training?
I've seen how they work, and it stops people dead in their tracks. So I don't know where your priorities as far as that stuff goes. What for either radios or.
The tasers are a higher priority than the radios right now, for sure.
Where are they listed at?
What about the guns? Tasers, radios, and guns.
The guns we have can last another year. The tasers are a higher priority than that replacement because we can still function with the firearms that we have. It's just something that the industry's going away from, the firearms in the caliber that we have. And so we're trying to upgrade those to the caliber that the industry is doing the development around with their ammunition. With the FBI switching to 9mm and with the other major agencies going to 9mm, .40 caliber has become almost obsolete, and a lot of manufacturers are no longer manufacturing that, and they're not putting the research into developing that new round and making sure that it's proper or has the latest technology in it, whereas 9mm is. And so that was our focus as we were trying to switch to have a 9mm because that's where all the focus is going in designing guns, ammunition, that kind of stuff. But if we had to choose, I would absolutely choose the taser.
Okay. And are all our tasers about the same age?
All our tasers, well, we have 2 different ages, but they're mostly the same model, and so they're going out.
They're all kind of.
So when we go to that line item for the tasers, that's a total line item of $340,000. How much of that do you think is tasers?
Here comes the taser guy.
No.
Under Sheriff Roscoe, we were looking at that was taser, for taser 10s actually would go through a contracted, the 5-year we spoke to before, and I don't have that number in front of me, but ballpark, I think it was like $24,000 a year for that over a 5-year period with a replacement of 3 years. It depends if we went with the Taser 10 or Taser 7. Taser 7 you can still purchase outright, and I believe those were, gosh, was it?
It was higher.
Yeah, it's substantially, actually, the Taser 10 would actually, over the long haul, actually be cheaper for us than the Taser 7s would be.
How many are you getting for that 24,000?
That would be, I believe it was each deputy would be issued a Taser. It would also supply us with the Taser cartridges for training and for use, and also with training equipment for the same.
It seems like that's a safer bet than buying them outright to me.
Actually, a lot of these things they're doing now with doing that setup, actually, we did our body cameras that way. For the M500s for the cars, we're looking at doing the exact same thing. And it benefits us by being able to stretch that out over many budgets, and also allows for us that we replace them should something happen to them. And I think it's overall for us much a better bet.
It locks us into a longer contract with them, which, so it benefits both.
Right.
Any of those leases will have to go to our office because they're reported on the financial statements as liabilities, just so you know. So when I ask for it, I need them.
So a 5-year lease like that is the average of 110,000. Would you agree with that, I guess?
24,000 a year.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, for?
110,000 for the 5-year lease?
Yeah, we're only doing this.
I think it'd be closer to about 120,000 if it's 24 to 25,000
But
a year.
if we have to go into a 5-year lease, we sort of have to look at it that way to make
Yes.
sure we have the money,
But
right?
it's 24,000 a year, so.
Yeah.
And the
This
M500.
But we have to be prepared
remind me-
to, if we make the decision today, we got to be able to be prepared to go ahead and accept that
It'll
for
be in our
5
budget
years.
every year after this, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
we
And I
have to make
believe
sure
the
that-
M500 would be the 48,000 a year for the M500s. We get all our vehicles up to the M500s, also replace the interview room systems that we currently have to be into that, and then a replacement at a certain, I believe, again, a 3-year mark.
And what's the camera cost? The lease?
I believe, like I said, that's off the top of my head, but I believe it was 48,000 a year with a little change on that.
Okay. So that would be 60, that's 72,000 to get those two items into your budget this year?
Those are our two top priorities, yes, sir.
So would you be willing to take a 72,000 hit on your overtime line right now and get those two items sort of mentioned?
I can't say that without doing the math.
Okay. All right, I'm just asking, trying to move this along.
I
you know,
understand, sir.
Trying to bring some good news to you. Okay.
Okay.
Art, you probably thought that was a good idea, didn't you?
I like the idea, so I'm just taking some side notes here. So the sergeant and then the 2 deputies, I'm totally on board with that if that's the route you guys want to go. The other positions, keep in mind, so between the sergeant, the 2 deputies, the taser, and then the video, that's $479,000 right there in one whack with those 5 items, technically speaking.
So we're done.
Okay.
I have one question for you, Sherry. Here in the sheriff's personnel, holiday overtime and shift differential is roughly $35,000. Is that already accounted for? Because that's not an option, right? I mean, we already agreed to that CBA, and so is that something that we've already accounted for or
I
not?
think they're flat dollar amounts that are put in there, so that would have been a number that the sheriff put in there that's not on the payroll sheet.
Okay, so I guess the sum of that is we need to include the 35,000.
I would compare it to the prior year and see, where those numbers are coming from. I'm not sure where he pulled the numbers from.
I just don't want to account for something.
We
that
have
I
to work on the
know that we're
holidays,
doing.
and the contract specifies that each one of them will get paid, whether they're on duty or not on duty. So they have the holiday comp, or they get the double time and a half, essentially is how it's worked out in their pay. So that number, it's there. I mean, it's not like we can tell people you don't get paid today. It's in the contract.
Right. That's why I was trying to get to you guys, is as you're doing your numbers, I don't want you to forget those because we've already committed to paying them.
Yeah, I guess
They're
I'm
in the budget
confused
or
on
the added?
how that is not
They're
already.
added.
Yeah, he's talking about these two combined.
Yes. The 17 and 17.
I mean, it should match last year's budget.
Well, we agreed to the new contract after the budget last year.
So the way that it works out is that the deputies enter into the negotiations with you guys, or the collective bargaining units enter into negotiations with you guys around January. Those are approved sometimes, hopefully, March, May, maybe later, depending on how it all works out, right? And then the new contract goes into effect in July. And so with no
That's just a different from contract to contract, so I
Yeah.
follow, I got you now.
The contract was included in the 2026 budget. It was not after the budget was done, just for your information.
So that being said, we can use actuals if that's been included to look at.
Well, it depends on the line. These are like hard keyed, like overtime's hard keyed because we don't know. It doesn't, our software doesn't project how much overtime somebody's going to make. So those numbers are hard keyed from the department when they estimate how much they're going to use in overtime.
Yeah, I'm just talking about holiday.
Yeah. And then, this might not be worth mentioning, but he's got 60,000 in there for the computers and printers. We're just gonna sort of move that over to the IT, right? Or a number that you guys agree on?
Yeah, so we looked at this yesterday after the conversation to kind of look and say, where are these? They are on our list. They're currently, most of them are 4 years old, and so they weren't scheduled to be replaced this year. Although I am looking at it that a large number of them would need to be replaced the next year, and so we have to evaluate whether doing some portion of them this year is appropriate. They are quite expensive, and so we're doing that evaluation right now.
Okay. And then
I
if we
think,
do,
if I could speak 1 second on that, the numbers that we saw yesterday in that email are substantially higher than what we paid for them. So I'm not sure if we can get with you guys and tell
Please
you
do.
where we got them from, so we can
Please
get
do.
that cost reduced. Because that number was shockingly high for per unit, not what we paid at all. So,
please,
That would be fantastic.
please. Also, when you talk about if we're going to recommend new positions, do we need to keep money in there for the physicals? Or do you have enough money in your, already in your budget to cover the physicals of 3 people?
it would need to be increased slightly, but not as much as we increased it because we were counting on this, we put that in there for the 6.
So do you think that if, because this is on the extra supplemental list, would you be able to cover that within your existing number for 3 people? Like, or do you need some of that 22,000 to cover those 3 people?
We would need some of that, but not all of that.
So if they just divide that by 6, that's how we'd get to that number? You guys okay with that?
Roughly, yes, sir. Cut that in half.
That 22,000 was for the 6 positions. We're hypothetically talking about 3 positions, so 11K for the 3 people.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's 496 then, right? And then on this money, that Sherry, I just want to clarify, it has nothing to, does it have, it doesn't have any, it probably has something to do with some of his stuff on the capital list, but it doesn't have anything to do with the vehicles, right? Because they are capital outlay. Okay, can you look at the capital outlay list and tell me what would have to come out of the general fund budget, not the capital outlay budget that he's asking for?
I would say that the only thing, like a mechanic shop for the fire
No, I
department.
just want to talk about the sheriff.
Oh, the sheriff?
What items does sheriff have there that cannot come out of the capital outlay?
None of them can come out of the capital. They're all capital expenditures. However, none of them can come out of that tax fund because that's for buildings.
So if we're going to give him some vehicles, they have to come out of the topic we're talking about right now.
That's correct.
That's not how I understood that.
That was asking for 3, but Gary said actually 4 of them should be.
Correct. We have 2 that are at 170 some thousand miles, and we have 2 that are at 122 roughly right now. And by the time that the end of the fiscal year will hit, one of those is gaining about 50,000 a year right now. It's our K-9 unit. And so that'll put it right around the I'd say right around 150,000 by the end of the.
That's the only patrol vehicle?
What's that?
Is that the only patrol vehicle? Is the K-9
There's
unit?
one that's a patrol vehicle, one that's, or two that are investigators units, and one that's a admin unit.
Okay.
And that's a average of 106,000 per truck, just so you know. Can you help you reduce your overtime a little bit right now so we can make something else happen?
I can try.
Can you take 100 off your overtime and we can maybe get at least one truck or something?
I can't guarantee that. I cannot guarantee what's going to happen this year.
Do you have a better
I cannot do it.
negotiator?
I cannot give you that number because I do not know what's going to happen this coming year. Overtime is one of those things that we do not have much control over. We try and regulate it as best we can. Try and work the schedule. The captains are constantly working that schedule so we can reduce overtime. But it's one of those things that if the call happens, the call happens.
Okay, I understand.
So for the sergeant, 2 deputies, taser, video, holiday overtime, shift differential, and the physicals for staff, that is $524,000. Personally speaking, for me, again, we're talking about, roughly speaking, an $800,000 number, so that's 524 right there. I'm pretty comfortable, and again, it's kind of one of those tough years where you can't get everything. I'm kind of at the spot, and especially when we still have that overtime situation going on, that accounts for $261,000. I'm kind of at a comfortable spot where I mean, if this is our priority, we're just dedicated more than half of our available funds to our priority. So I'm kind of the spot where I'd like to stop on this one, in my opinion. You almost have no choice, in my opinion.
I appreciate the consideration. Like I stated earlier, we understood that we probably would not get everything that we asked for. We understood, though, that you guys needed to have all the information in front of you to make a good decision. That's the way I look at it. You cannot make a decision if we're withholding information. And so we appreciate the consideration. We appreciate what you guys have done, and I will work with Assistant Manager Joe to get you guys what we can, and I will make it a priority with our staff to try and reduce some of those numbers.
And I would like to say I appreciate all the information I've gotten from you, and I went through it, and it's a big elephant, and we're just trying to take a big bite at a time and get us where we need to be, because it feels like we're doing a lot of catch-up from...
Yeah, there's a lot of catching up.
A lot of catching up to do, so...
You guys have my cell phone number, you guys have my email, you know where I work. If you guys have questions, please feel free to stop by, talk to us. We're happy to share whatever information we have.
And it's still early yet, so...
Yeah, I understand that.
I have one question, and this might be for Assistant County Manager. So let's just say that things sort of happen the way they're happening with his budget, and he gets into the budget, and he can see that he's going to have a savings in overtime, or he's going to have a savings in personnel or something. Can he come to us and say, hey, I know that I'm not going to spend this money. Can I get permission to buy a truck? Is that even plausible?
I mean, yes, I mean, he can always come in and ask, we won't amend the budget. I mean, we can, but it's.
No, I'm saying he'll be using the money that he has.
But if he came in and said, I'm not going to spend this, I'm going to spend this instead, then you could approve that. But it would be an additional cost. And it wouldn't change the budget, so obviously could go and spend that money anyway, but then he'd have a different problem next year.
I understand. And then, but let's just say he can see a savings in his personnel, and he knows he's not going to get there. Could he ask us to buy a truck with that? Or one truck or two trucks or something else? Is that?
Absolutely. I mean, they can ask, we typically try not to do the personnel just because
Yes,
a lot of times we account for the savings in the personnel as part of it, but absolutely, if for example, he says, you know what, I said I was going to get 2 deputies and a sergeant, and I just, for the life of me, cannot fill this deputy. But I've still been able to keep my overtime under control, and so it hasn't, basically spent a deputy on overtime, and it's going to be, about equivalent to a truck. I'm going to come to the commission and say, I really need this truck, then he can ask.
And I'm just trying to find some options for you to help, a way to get there, so. Thank you.
Just for your general knowledge, due to the turnover and the hiring process, they're typically under budget in their whole payroll year after year, as it stands now without any additions.
It's on the same page, right?
Okay, so if we're on the subject of public safety, do we want to move to DAs, court services, kind of those things, and see what we want to do there?
Yeah.
Thank you, Sheriff and
Thank you.
Undersheriff.
I'd like to put the plug in for the fire department, because it's only 1/3 or 2/3 of the cost.
I'm fine with that, so.
Well, I think just to clarify, the numbers, except for the capital part, they're just our portion.
That's
He
already
only-
just our portion?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, it doesn't matter.
Except for
still.
like the services and supplies, not so much, but the payroll is just our portion.
And I'm talking about the personnel at the moment.
Yeah, the personnel is just our portion, and we don't approve their salaries, we just pay part of them because they're paid through the city.
Yep.
So that's kind of, we have to do that.
I'd be fine with the fire department. What about district attorney's office?
Are we just talking about the personnel there, though?
Yep, just the personnel right now.
Okay. District attorney's office, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Your guys' thoughts, do yes or no? I was on a yes.
I'm okay with the district
Okay?
attorney?
Yep, district attorney.
You got-
Okay. Court services, Brenda Ingram's reclassification, and that's still my question on reclassification.
It's minimal. I think they can do it within.
Within the comp.
Within their number already. right?
Yeah, that's what I was
Just
thinking,
make it
okay.
happen in their number,
Yeah.
on those small ones. What do you
I
think,
don't
Joe?
know. I'm lost.
On some of those one-offs and some of those really small ones, wouldn't there just be enough to shift around there?
I guess if what you're asking is, will there be enough to shift around from some other portion of the budget? Possibly, but it would still have to come before the board to be approved at that new position, even if they say, I'm going to save $3,000 over here to account for it here. If you're saying, will it be, just covered in the wash of the comp study, it would not. But I do believe there is an opportunity for this board to say to everybody who's going to be on this list, and potentially that will be something even more than just personnel, looking at how quickly the 800,000 is going, to say, look, this is where we're at. This is how much we're going to have or not have for you if you want to account for, say, social services. My understanding is, I think she already took care of this, but we'd have to look, to say you wanted to do a reclassification of your office supervisor to a human services manager. The expected cost was $25,000, and so you need to ensure that $25,000 was saved someplace else. And that's up to the board to either do or not. The personnel can be difficult that way because it is an ongoing expense. And so, once we've committed to it, it can be difficult to, it continues and it continues to grow year by year with merits and things, but that is an option.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm okay with court services. And seeing if it can work out somewhere else, too. District court. District court person?
Yes, district court person, yeah, I'm fine with that. That's $87K.
And then the alternate public defender and justice court, that's the only two left, and juvenile. What do you think, Commissioner Hack? alternate public defender, or justice court, or juvenile probation, or all three. They're all, two of them are pretty minimal. Actually, they're all three pretty minimal.
They're all three pretty minimal just because, and
Yeah.
Wright gave us an explanation of how DIDS actually
Yeah.
covers that. So you're talking about for public defender, 8,850, I think Wright said for his 700 or something along the lines of that, and then obviously JPO would be the full amount of $6,986.
Yeah.
So you're talking about
Yeah.
19K for all three of those?
Just do 20, just so we don't lose it.
Safe.
Then I guess the only one left is the public defender on personnel. What was that, it was the total impact was only $3,700 when it's all said and done, is it? But we have to factor in.
For public defender? If you want to cover all three of those, it'd be $8,850, all three of them. Or it'd be, the reclass would be $700, the legal secretary, $3,150, and the resource liaison is $4,400.
So a $9,000 would cover all three after the reimbursement.
Yes,
I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with that. Okay, so that's, and what about the alternate public defender? Same situation, I think Wright said it was like $700, $300?
Yeah.
$300?
So just do 500 as a budget. Huh?
Yeah. Okay, that brings us kind of roughly at 593,000. Do we want to leave the rest of those personnel requests off the table and address some of the supplemental requests or capital outlays?
The ones that have a credit line, they've already been factored into the total, right?
I just moved them over to my column. I don't, I'm
We don't
lost. I
get
have no
to
idea
use them
what
twice,
you're
right?
doing.
What clarification do you need, Sherry?
Okay, so you're saying yes on the public defender,
Yes,
and you're saying yes on court services,
yes,
and you're saying yes on the DAs, all of them?
yes.
Okay, that's what I got.
In district
And
court?
district court to add a clerk, you're saying yes.
Yes.
And then you're going down to justice court, yes?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I've heard. And
Just reading your-
fire department was a yes, because we don't have a choice.
Just make sure she agrees.
Okay. And then we went down, then all I have after that is public defender, the whole $176,000, but it's not all that because it's being reimbursed.
And that's how we're looking at it. We're looking at
We're even gonna do the resource social worker?
I don't think I'm ready for that yet.
Didn't sound
I
like-
could go either way if he doesn't need it and he can free that money up elsewhere, but keep in mind it's only $3,000, but $3,000 is $3,000 somewhere.
But the problem with it is I know that they think this is always gonna be fully funded. And if it isn't, at some point,
We're gonna lay off.
we've got a person that we've got to hand a RIF notice to, and those are not fun. That's my stance on that.
He did say it was a low priority.
He did say low
So
priority.
I'm gonna say, let's see it, let's fill it out some more, maybe till next year.
Okay, that's fine, let's
Okay,
scratch
so
that.
we're gonna go for the reclass of his
Legal
legal
secretary,
secretary and adding a legal secretary?
yes.
Okay.
And keep in mind, the reclasses, no one really knows, so it could not even be the number that we have in the line.
Yeah, it could be more,
Could be more,
Could
but it's
be-
gonna be less.
maybe.
Gotta be positive, it's less.
JPO? I got JPO, I think. Or did I miss it? Okay. And JPO's reclass we're doing, okay.
Let's not get planning in there. if I
And
could.
then we had, for the sheriff, we're gonna do the two deputy positions and one sergeant. And I think we're fine not putting in the overtime and the shift differential. I think they'll have enough money. I think they'll have savings within their other thing, and I think we'll be okay. But we can put them in there. You just can't give it to somebody else. Just saying.
So if we take it out, we can't use it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm adding it to this total, then we're gonna say, hey, we're at 800,000, we're done. If you want me to put in the overtime increase, I mean, we could put a lesser amount in the overtime increase? You have that power?
I believe he was asking the sheriff to come back with a number below his 398 so that there would be savings, but
But we could just,
otherwise
we could
leaving it
estimate.
flat. But maybe I misunderstood.
No, because he said when you want it by, so I think he's coming back. I don't know when.
Can you just call in? Like, after, yeah, I believe the question that was being asked is, in the numbers you have given, I didn't see the full 261,000 increase in overtime. My thought was that you were trying to leave that flat at the 398 and then saying, hey, with these three positions, can that go down versus not go up as much? But I'm happy to, maybe I misunderstood, but that
No,
was my
that's the way,
understanding.
that's the way that I was getting at it, yes.
Leaving it flat.
Leaving it flat, and that was the whole entire purpose of the three positions, was to, maybe not leaving it flat, but decrease that 261K down some.
Yeah,
The $261,000 increase, isn't it a $261,000
Yeah.
increase? Yeah. Decreasing that down some by giving him the three positions. Ideally flat, yes, but I don't know if that's feasible.
Okay, so does your, the 600,000, it doesn't include any money in that overtime, correct?
What 600,000
no, they
are
have
you
money
talking
in
about?
overtime
The
already.
590,000 you've been
Oh.
counting.
Oh, yeah, does that number have any of the overtime in it?
Oh, no, it does not.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, is leaving it flat, yes.
You're leaving, you're not, okay. And what about what Joe was saying for holiday overtime and stuff? I think they probably will cover it with their gapping of positions, but we can.
I
put
kind
money
of need some
there.
clarity on that, because we have the negotiation that we have to follow anyway, so is that 34K, is that a part of the negotiation, or is that not a part of the negotiation?
He's estimating that that's what it's going to cost for them to work on those holidays. So he's increasing his budget there. Because the software doesn't like say, okay, we have 5 holidays, we're going to, it just rolls a salary into the new year. So those are hand keyed in, and those are the increases he put in there.
So we'll probably just want to leave those alone for now, possibly they might go down, but
Yeah, I guess what I would say is, there may be savings in gapping, in the which is basically when we say people between positions, but if we're covering it with overtime, there's really not that savings. And so I'd have to look at what the actuals were from this year and last year to know whether I believe it currently stands at 110,000 in holiday overtime and 84,094 in shift differential is enough to cover. And if it's not, then we should, like we've been talking, we don't want to have line items that we're expecting to go over just because we didn't account for them. So at present, I'm just going to trust that the sheriff put the numbers in that are accurate to what it's actually going to cost, and that would be the 35,000.
And we didn't approve the.
I do have the actuals. They had actual for 94,000 last year, and they had a budget of 109. So they've been under budget, but we can put them in there. It's up to you guys. And when you're talking about the public defender, how much of that money are you calculating that's getting reimbursed? 100%?
it wouldn't be 100%.
I just wanted to know what you're calculating so I can
We
do the
think
same.
we were gonna budget that on the public defender, we were gonna pay 9,000, is what we thought. we would-
Yeah, but we scratched the resource
Oh, yeah.
liaison.
Okay.
Which was only 3,150 of that.
Yeah, 3,750. So it'd be just keep it at 6,000?
Yeah.
So the public defender, that's roughly a 5% cost to us, and the
Okay.
alternate public defender is at a 10% cost, because that's what it was last year. We've been talking about methods to improve that percentage, but it's currently at the numbers you're discussing, that would be roughly what it's actually at right now.
Okay, so that's where you got your 9, okay.
We need to talk about this, just because what's going on. Or is that gonna happen anyway? No, I'm talking about, do we need to get this in order, get this in line, or let the comp work, get the comp study work that out?
I think the comp study will take care of that.
Okay,
I think.
yeah. It's an,
Approve all those positions plus the public defenders, you're at $611,000. $611,000 just in personnel. 600, okay.
687 with everything that we've discussed so far.
Oh, with the 72?
With the tasers and the video and the other stuff.
Okay, I got like 72,000 for. What? 11,000 on physicals. Yeah,
Okay, so, bring it up if you want, yeah. Public administrator, he was requesting
Additional 10,000, so we need
10K
to,
for his stipend. and
probably
then
need to cover that.
15K.
And then we need to create another line item on the budget line, or what do you want to call it, Joe? Or you'll figure out the name of it, but it's going to be a $15,000 line item, and we'll work out the details.
Yeah, we have an indigent burial line item. This would probably it'd have to be someplace else because it wouldn't be indigent, but we'd need some way, we'll have to account for it somewhere. So I'll work with Sherry to figure out where the best spot for that is.
And we have to figure out a process for which we get reimbursed if,
Okay, so, right, the way I understand the process, can I explain that?
Go for it.
The way I understand the process, when they're confirmed abandoned, he's gonna have them cremated. Mortuary's gonna send him the invoice. He's gonna stamp that it's been confirmed to pay it. He's gonna send it to you, and you're gonna write a check to the mortuary. And then as he continues his investigation, if he finds money, he's gonna send the cost of the cremation back to you so you can put it back in that fund. Because he says sometimes it takes 6 to 8 months to 12 months to find money, and what we're trying to accomplish is the crematory's not having to wait 12 months to be paid for a service that's not their problem.
okay, well, we don't put revenue in with
Okay, well-
expenses because of the periods.
Well,
They're
how
different
about
periods,
this?
but we'll-
How about
okay.
this? He's gonna send the money back to you, and you're gonna do whatever you want to with it.
Okay,
Besides
I like
spending-
that.
Besides spending it on yourself.
Okay. Is it going to be cash?
Okay. That's 25.
Since we've already, so we're going to up his stipend, because Shannon increased the stipend by 5,000. You want to increase it by 10, so the 50,000? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. And then plus another 15. But I don't think we really need 15,000 sitting there.
Yeah, we don't need 15, but nobody can tell us. So we're gonna let history tell us what that amount's gonna be. So next year, if he only spent $4,000, then we'll reduce it next year's budget to $8,000 or $10,000. But since nobody can tell us a good number, we're trying to use a safe number, right?
That's the way I'm understanding it, correct?
Yeah. We want over budget, not under budget, when it comes to augmentation time.
But
We
you only
want
got
to have-
800,000, and you're already at 6, but that's okay.
fine.
We might have more. I have an idea.
You have an idea? Oh, good. Please find me money.
We haven't talked to the clerk yet. She might have some.
Okay, what's the next subject someone would like to address here? I want to keep going if we can.
I want to talk about, since you're talking personnel, the district court asked for $10,000 for their cost of person, just so it doesn't get lost between, when you're thinking personnel and then you start going over to supplies, that is a contracted services, but it is a person. And that's the only one I can remember that was like that.
I'm okay with that.
For the cost of person?
Are you?
That's fine with me.
It's about in position, yeah?
Well, they haven't had an increase, she hasn't had an increase for,
17, I think it was. wasn't it?
yeah, long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we going to supplemental requests? Is that where we're headed?
Yeah, let's go to supplemental request.
And we can add stuff later, once you get everything situated and you find a little bit more.
So we said yes on the CASA, is that what we did?
Yeah, but he had that underneath of his supplemental request and contracted
Yeah, it's in
services.
the contracted, okay.
Yes. So my understanding of the process, and I believe the way it will go is, based off what you put forward today, we'll take that back, we'll run the numbers. Obviously, some element of this will probably require people to go back and say, can this work, right? You know, because some of these are listed as wish lists, but they aren't, right? So if we say, like utilities and things like that, we still have to cover those, and then we can come back and say, look, here was items that were wish list, mower, or say extra computers for computer replacement, and here were things that are just costs, software, contractor license agreements, gas and oil, utilities, et cetera. And we want to make sure that we don't put you guys in a bad position where we said, well, we didn't actually approve any of those things, even though we know you're going to spend them anyway. And and then we can make decisions that reflect that. So after you're done here, it is still tentative. The tentative budget will be March 15th, I think is when it has to be filed, is
April 15th.
April 15th. So are we
But-
planning to have?
But we
a-
have to approve it before then.
Right,
So I've
so
got
it's the second meeting in March or first meeting in
I
April?
don't have it on me, I don't know.
So we will have at least one more meeting, could be more at the pleasure of the board if you want to have kind of iterations of this.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take lunch and then we'll reconvene. What was it scheduled for?
I'll make a motion for recess.
Second.
Turns out we don't have to do those. I did not know that. We do not need motions for recesses. How
Darn it.
long do you guys want for lunch?
2 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay, so we'll do 30 minutes, so that's going to put us back
Well, they
here.
said no on everything else.
What's that? 1? Yep, 1 o'clock, perfect, 1 o'clock.
Really don't want to do that one. I agree. They just never said yes or no. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and resume this meeting. So where'd we leave off at? We were right on supplemental request, first page.
How much more, what's our number right now?
We are currently at 712,000. Oh, we're gonna go over that, but that'll give them some guidance, I think, and they can go back, crunch numbers, and we'll have to come back and figure the rest out. So, how'd you guys want to address supplemental request? Okay, let's go right down through it. Assessor telephone, $150.
Yes.
Cart? I'm a yes on cart. We agreed to take cart back on, so yes. Cemetery, we have contracted services for 2,000, landfill dump fees for 1,000, and electricity, utilities, and sewer for 3.
I'm gonna say on the supplemental, to sewer, because we know we're gonna have to pay them anyway.
Okay,
To every single line.
okay.
What do you guys think?
I agree, yeah. Clerk, treasurer, computer software, anything else on cemetery? I mean, you really can't change landfill dump fees, contracted services.
Contracted services, I do want to highlight, that is for the expansion area. I know that's part of maybe a bigger conversation, but if you want to be doing that, that would mean that you're sort of planning to continue to do an expansion or not. And that's sort of I guess, a bigger topic. But currently, we are, I guess, running out of space in the main area of the cemetery. I believe single plots are still available. Side-by-side plots are running out. And this would be essentially mapping the expansion area. I would note we are not legally required to provide a cemetery, and so that is an option for this board.
Do you know how much time we have? How much space?
I do not know exactly how many plots we have available. My recollection was that Jorge mentioned, I think we had 32 services or something this year, and that we had, I think, like 60 or something available spaces, so potentially a year or two.
So do you guys want to strike that contracted service for the expansion this year, or should we just keep it in there to keep progress going?
Let's hold off on it for this year, fine.
Okay.
Holding off on that.
So we'll scratch the contracted services for 2,000. Clerk treasurer, did anyone, furniture and fixtures and computer software? Those are both,
I just went and looked at the blinds and
they're in need.
bad.
So we'll leave that alone. Commissioners, memberships, telephone, computer and printers.
What's the printers, the computers and printers, is that something besides our laptops?
That's what
That's
my
not
question.
your laptops. That is everything to do with your AV system. That is the network. We have a network box that needs to go in. That's going to be any ADA compliant hearing equipment and anything I find forward with that.
Does that get us a real printer in our office?
Does that what?
Get us a real printer in our office? No?
A real printer?
No? Okay.
If you need a printer, we'll have to put it in there.
All right, move on.
Anyways, yes, no
We'll
laptops, no
continue on there.
computers.
So we pretty much need all that, so I think we should just leave commissioners alone. Compensated absence, $5,000, the rising cost of insurance for the state insurance system. Pretty much have to leave, yeah, no choice on that one. Contingency, plus 180 on that. Cooperative extension, various accounts, $6, leave that. County manager, negative 2,800. Data processing for a total of $141,963. Anything in there that anyone wants to pull?
What's the contracted services again? That's just leases, right, and programs?
That's our contract with Logically to provide IT support.
Joe, what's the website design and maintenance?
That
I mean, I know that sounds obvious, but
that budget right now, I think it's up to $32,000 is what the request is. The 8,300 is increase for costs that we're actually spending, so this isn't anything new, it's already done. But the increased cost was for having Civic Plus run through the website and ensure our ADA compliance.
Back to the contractor services, or did we make an agreement with them?
Yes, we have an agreement with Logically to provide IT services to the county.
I thought it was expired. It wasn't expired?
It is currently operating on month to month for most of our places, for most of our services, so we could rebid that if we felt like it.
I'd like to entertain that, looking at that.
Okay.
There are some of those contracts are staggered, though.
I believe the library
The
has.
public defender is staggered from our original end date. I think the sheriff might be too. There's just various levels of when those expire.
I will tell you that sometimes when you go out to rebid those, you're shocked at what they come back at. Sometimes it historically has really bitten us, not here, but at the school district in the butt, because then they start really getting you, so.
So here's what I'll say is we are reviewing those contracts right now, getting them all together, having our new IT person on staff to run through and say, are we getting a good deal here? Are we not getting a good deal here? What are they providing service for? What would it cost us to do it ourselves? What is, standard in the industry? And we'll make a sort of a preliminary estimation on whether or not we think we're above or below where we should be. And if we believe we're above, we will bring it to you for a request for RFP. And if it's
Yeah,
below,
I
we
like
will
that
say nothing.
approach.
You'll never hear about it again.
And then on the computers and printers, is that where we'll move the sheriff's number to that line? Or is it a different? And if so, I'd like to just give you direction to talk to the sheriff and whatever number you guys feel comfortable getting there, to get there, I guess.
So that number right now is where the computers for the sheriff would be. They are not included in that number because they are not over the 5 years old. So it would be a further increase if we were going to replace sheriff vehicle computers.
But it would come out of his line and come over there, right? Some of it.
Correct.
Okay.
He doesn't have a line right now. It was all increased. So since I don't believe you gave it some, there won't be any money to move. But that is where it would come out of.
You guys okay with him talking to the sheriff and getting that line where they think it needs to be?
Yeah, I assume that
that's
was
fine.
gonna happen.
Yeah. So we'll leave data processing alone?
I think so.
Okay, district attorney?
I guess I want to ask about the table, the nice table. Do we have any of that stuff in that storage building down there from where we took all that furniture?
I took Wade and Lane, was it, over to look at the one that we moved from the storage into Alexa's old office, and that was deemed to be too big, and so that's going to stay there. The one they have right now is just a little scratched up, so we don't have any other ones in the drum building.
Okay. I'm okay with it.
No, I think when it comes to conference room tables and chairs, those have been cleaned out.
Okay, so we'll leave district attorney alone, district court, 37,500, so that CASA, we've already included that CASA on there. We'll leave it?
Well, yeah, because they all really have to.
Yeah, they all kind of have to happen.
Yeah.
Yes. Elections computer software for 13,100, that's another.
Has to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has
Correct,
to.
Linda, yeah, it has to happen. Emergency management for $35,000. That was to kind of cover that.
So that number would be the one that would be moving to just the match, which is $10,500. So it's actually going to be a reduction in terms of the number in the budget.
Yeah.
The the full $75,000 is the total amount of grant that we would expect, which is, if we get it, then we'll have it and we'll spend it, but if we don't, then we won't spend it. So that number could be gone. And in fact, could be reduced to, I'll get you the grant match number.
I thought he said the equipment was 100%, but I know that he got last year was not 100% because the road department had some of that.
So
I'm not sure.
he has 3 grants. The CERC grant is 100%. The LEPSI grant is 100%. The EMPG grant covers half of his salary. And then there is additional funds for equipment that we currently don't spend, but it does have a match, and that would be there. And I think that's $10,500 available.
Okay, thank you. I'm putting 10,500 in there.
The current number, I believe, is already, the CERC number that's already in there is already, I think, 30,000. So it
Yeah,
will
I was gonna
actually be
reduce
going
it to
down.
the 10.
Tell me what the is, 35,000?
The $35,000 is in addition to what Rich had in his budget. Now that $35,000 can get reduced down to $10,500 for a total budget of 40 some odd change. So he's not asking for the additional 35, he's asking for an additional 10,500.
No.
No.
No?
So, no. There is currently 30,000 in that budget. As we discussed yesterday for grants like this, where we're just going to budget the match. Because currently it says 30,000, and it's unclear to the department and to Rich, well, does that mean I should only do a grant up to 30,000 even if I could get more? The intent is to say, no, put the match in, and then if you get a 100% grant, you spend as much as that grant covers. So the $30,000 that is currently there will be moving to the 10,500 for a savings of 19,500, which, since this is all increase, it would be effectively zero.
Nope.
Well, I'm going to put it down as a negative.
We'll just leave it for now, yeah, we'll have to address that. Facilities, $9,000.
Well, considering most of it's utilities.
Yeah. Leave that. Fire department, anything out of there you guys want to pull? I think majority of it kind of no choice.
I would pull the training out because I really think we can utilize what Pool Pack offers for the training as far as grant dollars. Or a portion of it, anyway.
Yeah, I just don't know about the fire marshal part.
Well, the fire marshal's employed by the city of Fallon.
And we got to find out who pays their workers' comp. The workers' comp is what Pool Pack would offer the training for, right?
I think the concern
I
is the
think it's
city's
in-
not a member of Pool. And since these are city employees, they may not cover.
So do we want to leave the training in then for now?
Can we leave the training and you confirm if it can be used or not? And if it can't be used, take it out?
Yes, and I think it's just a good question in general, whether or not the fire department is covered by Pool, because I think they are, but I have to check that.
I don't think so though, because
I know the employees are not, but like the buildings and fire trucks and
But a
things
lot
like
of that training for personnel is through workers' comp. Like if you don't have a workers' comp policy, I don't know. This is something to check on.
So we'll check on that.
okay, we'll go to general government telephone, $3,000. Kind of a must. Human resources, $175. Anything out of there? Okay, indigent hospital, that's a must.
Just one question I think you had on the district attorney's office. They had asked for some funds for advertisement. I've also asked for advertisement money in the HR budget. Do you want to do both? Would you want to just do one? You want to consolidate it all in HR? I think it's just a broader question in terms of how much do you want to put into overall HR recruitment would be my suggestion. And then if if you want to increase it to the $7,500 number, which would be my increase and the DA's office increase, then we'll do it that way. If you don't, then I would just like the guidance, because that's why we don't do some of these things is, we just don't have a line item for it. And so if advertisement is something we want to be pushing for attorney positions, or say our senior planner or whatever, then great. Currently, we've only ever done department heads. So we can expand it, but it's roughly $1,000 to $2,500 per job that we actually do real advertiser recruitment for.
And what was he talking about when he said it wasn't being getting done, so they had to start doing it themselves?
That would be the state bar. The state bar does a advertisement in their kind of quarterly and monthly newsletters, and you can pay them to put your advertisement in it.
But can your office do that as well?
We absolutely can, there's just no money for it right now.
Okay. So I'd like to see if we can't get all the recruitment to one person, one budget, if we can, as long as it gets done.
Agreed.
And I think that was Art's position on it too. As long as it gets done either through HR or through our office, that's just what he wants to see.
So I'm okay with it being 7,500. If you think that will accomplish everything we need to.
So
I think that'll accomplish.
Just clarification, he was only asking for 2,500 as a part of that recruitment. Because it's under public printing and publishing, he added $2,500 in there to take care of the advertisement at the state bar. So it wouldn't be all $5,000 that needs to be moved over to HR.
Correct. It'd be the $2,500 increase would come to HR, and then I already have a $2,500 increase to do more than one position.
Right. It's
So
not
altogether, $7,500 in HR.
Okay.
You want another 5,000 in HR, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
We would strike
Yeah.
printing and
No,
publishing
I just
from.
need to get a number here.
Okay, so that addresses that. So strike that from district attorney, the 2,500, and that'll go to HR. Indigent defense.
As a contract, I think we have to.
Have to. Indigent services. Payment to the state of Nevada, development services.
What? Don't have to?
We do have to on
I'm still
what?
at the DA's office.
You want me to slow down?
Yeah.
Okay. Let you catch up.
Okay. Okay, now where were you? Indigent services. Indigent services. Yeah, that's the one that we have to go up 4.5% every year.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we need to have those there.
Okay. Infrastructure tax fund for purchasing of TDRs at $200,000.
I think that's fine.
I mean, I think this is just guidance on your end. Do you want us to go to the Navy and say we aren't going to, we have a number in mind? I can't remember what's in it right now. Do you remember, Chris?
$1,536,000, I believe.
That's what's in our fund balance?
That's currently what's budgeted.
The budget for this year is 200,000. Oh, yeah, that's just the county portion. That's a standalone fund, and if we don't use it, it's a placeholder, depending on how many TDRs we.
Okay.
So
I understand that, but do we have a fund?
That being said, it wouldn't be part of your, 800,000 that you're trying to hit.
Does that fund have a balance in it?
Yes. Oh, it has, yeah. I don't remember what the balance is. But if you get a whole bunch of TDRs, we don't have enough money in there to cover it, and there's no greater than anticipated revenue in that account, so it needs to have a buffer, depending on, especially like last year, for example, the TDRs came in after June 30th, and there was no way to fix the budget, so we would have been over budget and been in violation. So I increased that just to cover any TDRs that we might have to pay for.
So we need to leave it then.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And
But
then
it-
are we required to make that transaction, or can we say no?
We can
Well,
s-
that's your TDR, like we talked about yesterday, whether you want to talk to the Navy about not doing them or doing them, or however you want to do that.
Yeah, we need to have that discussion and kind of set it at an amount. And
We can certainly do that.
But for this year, we'll leave in that, we have to leave in that 200,000 for that buffer. Intergovernmental China Springs levy payment for 18,000, no choice there. Justice Court, anything off there that anyone wants to pull? The only thing that I saw was the computer and printer situation, but I don't know if that's any different than,
We have to do the audit.
Computers and printers,
monitors, yeah, 6 monitors to allow each desk clerk to have 2 monitors. We don't know what year they're at, though.
We currently hit, so monitors are generally not covered in IT, along with keyboards and scanners and things like that. I mean, we could, but they haven't been. Mostly just so that people put it in the area, you know, utilize the funds correctly. So if they want to have in additional monitors, it would not be covered in the data processing.
Okay, so we'll have to leave that there then, or we can strike it and they'll have to keep it using the current monitors.
Well, I think it's just an addition, I think it was just an additional monitor for each station, because they wanted to have 2 monitors, right, is what I understood.
Yeah, that's the way I read it.
It's just 24.
Okay, we'll leave it. Juvenile detention, food services, $10,000, increase of food cost.
And that just is what it is. I go to the grocery store and it's.
Yep. Library, there's magnitude of things on there for a total of 4,200. I'm fine with leaving it personally.
Okay.
Museum, additional 45. Parks and Rec, 302. Those are all just pretty much utilities. Besides that, contracted services. Parks and Rec, 303. I'm just gonna read these, and if you guys have something, call it out.
What was the sum fund, 14,000, what was it?
So this was moving money from the rec supplies account
Okay.
to the care sum funds account.
Good.
Parks and Rec, 304. Parks and Rec, 306. Parks and Rec, 307. Personnel, 177. I don't even know why I read that one. $50.
That's gotta go.
I'd say no on that one. Just kidding.
Planning, which actually comes up to a negative balance, so we'll leave that. Public defender. Public transportation, I don't know why I read that one, sorry. Recorder. Sherry, if I'm going too fast, just tell me. But we're just pretty much approving right now,
Well, I
so.
just have a total of
What we're at?
$457,000, which brings us to 1,000,000, yeah, 68, so.
Keep going.
Keep chugging through. Records and microfilms.
Yep.
Regional transportation, road department.
The road project, that's a given already.
Yeah. Road equipment replacement, which, never mind,
Yeah,
negative.
that's,
Yeah,
and I'm not putting those ones in because they're just transfers,
yeah.
just so you have a good, better number.
Senior center, sheriff.
We sort of talked about contracted service.
Yeah, we talked about contracted services, so contracted services would go from 340,000 down to 64,000.
Was that the 64? Yeah, I was confused, okay.
64, not 72.
Is it 72?
Well, wasn't that in a different ask? Like
That was for the
under-
tasers and the vehicle and the interview, and so I have the video stuff for the interview room at 40K, and then the tasers at 24K.
Yeah, I
the
thought those
48
Was it
is the cameras
48
in the
total?
cars. It's the cameras in the cars.
You wrote 40 and it was 48.
Oh, okay, so I wrote 40 and it was 48. So
Okay.
48 plus the 24, that comes up with your 72.
72, is that what we're at?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
That's fine.
So then you can, okay.
And then you wanted to do the physicals too? 11,000 for the physicals is what I heard.
Yep,
earlier.
11,000 for the physicals.
Can I go back to the oil? Aren't they part of the fleet? Wouldn't that oil for the vehicles?
Oh, I think
That's-
it's mostly
that's
their
just the name of the-
gasoline.
That's just the name of the line
Okay.
item.
All right.
If there's an oil change done, it's done through fleet services. That's
All right.
just,
We take it out?
no, that's for fuel. That's what that is. That's fuel.
In the prisoner thing?
Prisoner and
Maybe
medical
like-
care.
So this is costs that are incurred. We can't say no. So when a prisoner comes in, if they don't qualify for Medicaid, but they need medical service, they have to take them to the hospital, and that becomes a bill against the county. I mean, we could try and collect it from the inmate, but I believe historically, we've had a substantially lower number than that, but this year we had, I think, 60,000 in costs. And then I guess I'll let you guess
Yeah,
on
it's at
the historical
100,000 this
numbers.
year. So far, we had a really big operation that was like 60,000.
So do we want to look at decreasing that for now? You said we're at 100,000 and most
At-
years it's,
The year before it was 65,000, and the year before that it was 108,000.
so we could decrease it by 125?
I'd say 100.
What's the budget at now?
Zero. So 125?
The budget previously was 110,000 and 120,000.
Oh. Oh.
Last year it was zero.
That's where he decided to make his cuts from.
What do you guys feel about 125?
125?
Yep.
Thank you.
Jail repairs,
Did you guys decide if, can that come out, or does that need to stay there and go to facilities or something?
To me, this makes sense as a facilities cost, but typically would keep something, especially something of this size, in our building reserve and extraordinary repairs piece. If there's a communication issue on getting that done, we'll fix that.
Perfect.
scrap that.
And make sure that facilities does a good job. Joe's on them.
No, they just said.
And we're gonna scrap the computers and printers, and you're gonna work out another number, right?
Yes.
Sheriff's done, social services.
That's a
Nope,
no-brainer.
yep.
I like that.
Direct indigent service, 220,422, that's a no-brainer. Indigent defense service, 220,424. Go ahead.
We gotta go back to tools and guns, because.
He can get by with the guns, didn't he say that?
Yeah.
That's what he said? Oh, I did, I missed that.
So we'll scratch tools and guns for 15K. Thanks, good catch, man. We'll jump all the way down to.
Wait, what about the Board of Prisoners, which was the first item? They actually spend more than that in that fund, but 100,000,
What are they spending, what's in the budget?
50,000 and,
They're asking for 150,000. They've spent 158 last year and 157 the year before.
What have they spent so far this year?
78.
And what's in their budget for this year?
50.
50? So they're already over on that?
So do we need to bump that up?
They're at 78 right now?
Yeah.
You said it was 150 and 151 previously, give or take?
158 and 157.
158, 157.
What is the Board of Prisoners?
This is where they buy all the food from,
The hospital.
the mills.
apologize. So this is, I believe, all of the requirements for the Board of Prisoners, so the big cost is meals, but they also have to have like handbooks and, you know, a Bible and election election printouts and things like that that go in that same spot. But you said they spend about 150,000 and it's currently requested 150,000?
But that includes the 100 that's on this sheet. They have 50 in their budget.
Yeah, so that would bring it up to 150, which is their average expenditure for the last few years.
I would just leave it alone at 100 because they're going to get.
Yeah, we'll just leave it alone at 100 because it's going to be 150. So that takes us to, in my opinion, housing 220, 428 for 11,380. That's kind of all those.
So you're just gonna leave all those in there?
You're going to leave all the sheriff stuff in there?
Except for the jail repairs and the tools and guns.
Correct. And then then the reduction in the contracted services as well. And the computers. And the physicals.
Well, tell me because I'm getting a total. So what about the $5,000 for vehicle repairs? We're not doing that, right?
When I talked to the sheriff about it, and maybe he talked to you, there's certain repairs that he does that Fleet doesn't, like decals on vehicles and things like that. So
Oh, is that what he's using it?
that's what that money is for.
So what are we cutting? Just that one? These are all there? I don't think we have that money. So everything, and then that one's gone.
Computers is gone and tools and guns are gone.
Okay. We're at 787,000, just in services and supplies.
Okay.
Seven. The total is $1.4 million for you. You're good. I can't do anything in my head. Well, that's, no, we were only spending 800, I thought, because of the job study. Yeah, what's that?
Caught up, good?
Hmm?
Caught up?
I think so.
Okay. So now we'll jump to, we were on housing, 220, 428. Leave that. Public guardian, 220, 428.
We increased that to 10,000 for the public administrator and then 15,000 for the extra line item. That was it. So we already had 5 on there already for the increase, but you're adding another 5. So
What's that miscellaneous line item for?
I don't know. There was no note in it. Yeah, that's in Shannon's. I don't know.
Okay, we'll go to technology, contracted services, computer and printers, recorder tech expenditure, and computer software. Okay. Water resources, negative number. Wastewater and utilities, gas and oil as a utility. Water, contracted services, increase based on the actual fees submitted by SPB. Kind of have no choice in that. And that concludes supplemental request. What's the damage?
I think we're right there.
Well, for supplemental request, if I caught everything, $771,000. So if you total that with personnel, we're at 1.3, 1.4 million.
What's the personnel number?
Personnel, that was not, and that does not include the job study.
We'll go to capital outlay now. Well, we still got to approve or go through it though, yeah. Cemetery, they've been asking for that mower for years. That's fine by me. District Court, upgrade council tables for $10,000.
I think we have to.
I think we wait on that.
He did say that they're gonna get those tables to move as well, so
Fine, yeah.
it's a long-term investment.
Well, I mean, I think we have to hold ourselves to a professional level there as well, you know?
Well, he did also say that he was going to try to get a grant, and if he didn't get the grant, he wouldn't spend it. Isn't what I'm remembering, right?
Yeah, because he gets all those grants through the state of Nevada. District Court, CMS vendor, 13,000.
I thought are we going to move that somewhere else? Was that supposed to be in capital outlay? Yeah. Wouldn't that be contracted services or something?
What?
It seems like a contracted service to me, but I'm not sure if that's, they were making actual infrastructure changes or if it was just somebody who was going to be coming and doing a report.
Oh,
Typically, a report would be contracted services, but
they didn't give a detailed amount as to what they were purchasing, so they just,
Okay, so I'm okay with it. It's just if it doesn't need to be in capital outlay, we'll move to contract.
Well, yeah, someone check on that and see if it needs to be in there or not. That takes us down to the fire department mechanic shop. I'd like to scratch that personally.
big sigh.
I would like to build it, but
I'd like to build it as well, and I think we can do that, not here in capital outlay, but like in a capital, out of capital projects. So in the budget, we have 5 million set aside for the courthouse, and we know we're not building the courthouse. So I'd like to maybe move that 5 million, make it less, and put enough money in there for the fire station building and get it built this year and get it out of the way. Because we got to start knocking off some of these things, so when we have to, or we can be ready to build the courthouse and not be, because if we build a courthouse and none of these other small things, we're just gonna keep running over ourselves, is how I see it. That's my opinion on it. Does that change anyone's mind?
I agree with you, just that the county in general has spent a lot of money on the fire department in the past couple of years, and if we're gonna build something, I feel like that money could go somewhere else to be a different project inside of the county.
Well,
You have
I understand you say they've spent money on the firehouse, but that tax that we spent the money on was a specific tax for a specific item. You couldn't do nothing else with it, and it's not a benefit to anyone else in the county but that specific item. So I don't know that we can let that have too much weight on that decision. It's just, so here you have an asset that costs $1 million, and you're working on it outside, and you're working on it where the public can be, which is a risk. Anyone, when their truck's outside, anyone can walk underneath that truck and get hurt or whatever. So there's liability there, concerns. So I think we need to build the shop sooner than later, and I'd like to see if we can't get it to the capital projects and get it done and get that one checked off the list, because there's a couple others that we need to get checked off the list as well this year.
I'm fine with building, but I don't really like the take of robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're already behind building a courthouse.
As we all remember, during the legislative cycle this year, there was that whole entire bill about us getting a second district court judge. And sure, this year, but obviously we're on the radar for it, so.
But help me understand this, I think it's 215 account, where the courthouse money's setting?
Yeah, that we have funds in there that are.
There's 6 million there it's not
Yeah,
spoken for.
so we could use the money out of that fund to build this
For sure.
Without
touching the courthouse money that's already
Yeah.
been, like the balance that's
Is
left.
that the 525?
No.
515,
not
okay.
215. I had it back.
Yeah, so, yeah, because it keeps on getting tax dollars in there, so those aren't dedicated to the courthouse, only the Navy 9 million or 10 million, and then 9 million that we put in there from the COVID money, so about 19, has been previously dedicated towards the courthouse.
Okay, let's build it.
I want to build it.
Duty rig? If we're building that, we need to strike everything else off there.
Yeah. I say, yeah, go for it.
Duty rig's gone.
22-foot deck over tilt trailer, 2 of them.
No.
Strike.
Yeah.
Cost to purchase a new fire truck, strike.
Yeah.
Well, that'll just be a line item, but it's just a placeholder.
Just a
but
placeholder,
they-
okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to the library, renovate the meeting room, not in library budget, requested out of the building reserve fund.
I'll just tell you my concern about that. Is it going to get utilized? If you can only have 4 to 6 people in there, and they don't really have bathroom access, it seems like a storage unit to me.
If that's coming out of the building reserve fund, I think you guys are going to get another bite at the apple before something like that were to go anyway. So
Okay.
I think you can look at it that way. And at some point in time down the road, if you feel like you wanted to do that with it coming out of building reserve, that has money funded in there already. You can at that point decide, yeah, we want to do that, or no, we don't. I think for the sake of getting to a budget, it's not something that is included in that anyway. So I think you can just strike them off, and if you want to do it, you do it sometime down the road with building reserve money. My thoughts.
Strike both of those.
Strike.
Well, on the pavilion, I mean, like, we can strike it, but, and I'd like to see if he can get any community support there and maybe get that funded a different way, maybe with a grant or something.
And and the library has a couple different accounts, I guess if you want to call them accounts, but they have like the Friends of the Library and the Library Association itself, and so there's multiple avenues they could go for that. Museum, new roof, new HVAC system for a total of $65,000.
Now, I had a, or I can't remember who I talked to, but could that be out of extraordinary repairs or something like that?
Yes, it was not put in the budget, any of the budgets right now, so, yeah, you could do that if you choose to.
I also remember looking, when Jorge did his presentation, he had the roof in there, and I thought he had it in there for 25. And I know he had the HVAC in there too. So I don't know if that was in there just to put it in your minds, or
Yeah.
if it was in there because he's earmarked money for that, so.
No, it was just like, this is some stuff that needs to be fixed when it breaks.
So
But it's already broken.
So if that's recognized that way, I think that's where that money should come out of
Yeah,
at that
but
point.
it should still come before the board when it's time to do.
Absolutely.
Because I just have those as place markers, and
Yeah.
so when they come, we don't have them as a capital, unless you want to approve them now, then they
Extraordinary
wouldn't have to go
repairs.
before you.
They need to go to extraordinary repairs, and do we want to move forward and get this situated and get it done? Since the amounts are not that heavy.
Well, we really don't know what the amount is, because according to Jorge, it's a different amount than what Mel gave us. In my opinion, I would just leave it to Facility and Grounds to take care of it. If it goes out or needs repair and something like that, then that's the case, not just buy a new setup.
Yeah, I mean, if we're approving this amount and Jorge's thing says it's 25, it's not the same apple. We would need approval of a certain amount, so. Yeah, that's why I'm saying they could bring it before the board and have it,
Just strike it off of this, and then if
Yeah,
something does happen, it would come
exactly.
in front of
That's
the
what I'm
board. So strike both of those. Zero-turn mower for Oser and Liberty Pond.
I just, the problem for so long. That's the reason that nothing's getting done.
Yea or nay on the zero-turn for Oser and Liberty?
And is because,
They
because
have-
they didn't have one, or the one they have is almost?
They have 3 and can no longer get parts for them. I'm fine with leaving it in there. New panels to increase stall and animal holding capacity. Oh, no, he wanted to get, I thought Jorge said something about getting rid of fencing anyway. No?
This is, my understanding is that this is for the fence along the street where the kids play and they're kicking the balls over.
Cottage
Some
schools.
fun.
I
No,
thought he said he was
moved it
taking
to
it
a
out.
different- I thought he moved it to a different line or something.
He took it off, he said the estimates were a lot higher than he thought.
So I'm not crazy. Not yet. So that was taken out, or I guess he didn't adjust it. The fencing upgrade for cottage schools. New panels to increase stall and animal holding capacity, 11,500.
I think so. I'm gonna go back.
I really think that's something we have to keep, because that drives some of the bigger events that we get here.
Okay, Black Widow Arena drag for $11,000.
Yeah, I think we have to have that.
Okay, purchase and install.
Shouldn't we just buy one of those?
Purchase and installation of a 1-meter diving board for $25,000.
Do we know how long it's been broken?
I believe they removed it in September or October, right before they did their monthly closure in November. So it's been 5 months or so.
Is it the main attraction? Is it the high dive or the low dive?
We only had the one. It's the one diving board that was there. The high dive got removed a while back for liability reasons. Darn attorneys.
We have nothing there, so
We can leave it in there, and if we have to end up maybe looking at something else, maybe that's an item we can.
that works, leave it in. Road Department, URW traffic sign and design.
He has his own money.
He has his own money, yeah.
So all,
Road Department, tire machine and balancer stays. Road Department, Lone Tree Road, which is covered by DOD.
So I'll just adjust that number lowered,
Okay.
and then we'll,
yeah, thank you.
Road equipment replacement, capital outlay, that's money.
That's
Placeholder.
stuff, right?
Yep, placeholder. Sheriff, 4 vehicles, 2 patrol, 1 K-9, and 1 3/4-ton pickup. In my opinion, I want to scratch those again. We had 800,000 to play with, and we're already well over, and
Did anybody have a conversation with him to make sure nothing's detrimental? 'Cause I didn't.
I did not know.
Okay. I'm fine holding them out.
Okay, Motorola handheld radios, striking those for now.
The radios?
Yeah, the radios as well. So do we have the Vertica security cameras for the Emerson building? I feel like that's kind of a necessity. Do we know if that's going to cover the whole entire Emerson building, including public defender, or just their portion of the Emerson building?
I really don't know if the sheriff talks to the public defender. I would think that it's probably just for his portion.
yeah. I think the public defender already has some.
So it's 60,000 just for that little section they've got?
Can we check into that before we completely say yes? Like, what is exactly are we getting there? But, please,
So that's a
confirm.
maybe.
That's
The repeaters.
Yeah, don't need the repeaters. The flock license plate surveillance. He's been asking that for a couple of years now.
I'm okay with that.
I'm good with that.
Okay. 2 exterior grade drones.
Can we do one? What is it, 15,000?
Yeah,
Chris, what was the conversation about the drones? I think you had.
He had said, I mean, it enhances his ability to
Search and rescue.
search and rescue. But the sheriff had also mentioned that he had one go down, and so he needed to have another one. The likelihood of both of his going down and requiring 2 seems probably unlikely. And so I think if you were so inclined, he would probably be okay, and I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but I think if he got one, in the event that one of his other ones went down, that might suffice. But again, I don't want to speak for the sheriff.
I'm fine with 1. So change that to 1. DevNet engagement portal, 35,000 for technology.
Okay, Art.
And we thought you were the button monitor.
That's just a placeholder, and the tech fund, I believe, is a standalone fund, so it's not money I'm really planning to use right now. I just have a placeholder for it. I will probably purchase the plotter, like I said, once we're done with it. The museum.
Pass it on.
Planning, or recorder, or planning even ask for it, so there's a home for it when it goes.
And just to note, that's like when the revenue projections were done, that wasn't revenue that I included when I was rolling it forward, when we were looking at the
Okay. Okay, so then we have the plotter scanner, similar circumstance there in the technology fund. Yep. Water utility, secondary water treatment plant phase 1. Leave that. Chris?
Well, I mean, this is,
Balance, right?
I think we have $1.5 million right now left in that $6 million grant that we got. It's almost like Lone Tree Road, it's 100% reimbursable. I think by the time this budget takes into effect, that will be lower. I'm sure Randy's going to bill a couple of more times in between now and then. So I certainly think that we can reduce that. Joe, you might have a better idea to what level we can reduce it. But again, I just want to remind everybody that that is just cash out, cash in, so.
So I had this conversation with Randy. He thought that the majority of the physical work, or all of the physical work, will be done by the July 1 date. No promises that we'll have the invoice by then, but it would be done then. And then the remaining part is design for phase 2, and that is currently being out with Shaw, and so they'd be billing against that up to September. So there is still going to be some in the new fiscal year, and we thought $750,000 would be safe.
And again, this is not part of that revenue number.
Okay, so we'll go to water resources, purchase of water rights for 20 grand, leave that. Water resources, TDRs.
I guess this is where I'm confused with this number and then the $200,000 that we talked about 15 minutes ago. And so.
As am I.
Can you provide a little clarification on that?
Yeah,
Because that's when I threw out the 1.5, that's what I thought we were talking about, so.
Yeah, well, this is what the Navy thinks we're going to pay, and that's the entire amount. So, and the other one, because there's no revenue source that cover, that much revenue source to cover it in the water resource fund, we transfer it from the other fund. So it's not like you're spending the money twice. The other one has revenue. This one does not, but they wanted all the water TDRs, the TDRs in this fund. We used to do it in 2 different funds, but then when Elena came, she wanted them all in one fund, so it requires a transfer from the other fund. So that's just a transfer.
So I guess if we're going to want to reduce what we're willing to spend, it's right here.
If you decide not to do all of
So
them.
just for clarification, and maybe to make it a little bit easier, currently, this number, $1,544,600, that is the full expected purchase price for TDRs. Our portion, 25% of it, is $381,150. And then the Navy will be sending us the remaining portion, but this is that full number. If we wanted to say, Navy, we are going to spend up to, yeah, I mean, or the county's portion is going to be 200,000, whichever number you guys choose. Then they could decide, okay, we're going to come up with a balance. They could say, we're going to purchase less, whichever way we want to go. And so my understanding is if you set your number that you're willing to spend up to, then we can kind of take that and say, maybe the expenditure stays the same total because the Navy picks up more, but our portion is going to be capped at.
So bear with me here. So this 1.5 million, technically speaking, 75% of that the Navy would cover.
Yes.
Okay.
So can we put our cap at 250,000? 700 or 500,000?
And that would be $1 million worth of TDR exchange at that point, at the current rate that we're at. If the Navy wants to do more, they can go over that $1 million, but we would be capped. And maybe we get closer to an 85-15 or a 90-10, but if they say, no, we are staying at the 75-25, then $1 million worth of TDRs is what would be able to be done next year.
You know more about that.
Just going off of what I know, and maybe Denise can attest to this better than I could, but they're pretty well tapped out on available ground, not tapped out, but they bought in a lot of what is in that quadrant already. And so I don't really see them having a ton more projects, but you never really know. It's impossible to know, really.
Yeah, we have a map with them, but I know when they have bought properties on the other side of the highway too, so I'm not really quite sure if they've expanded that. I believe that's.
They
really
haven't
probably
expanded
it.
that, they're
The
gonna,
map is a guideline,
the map might be a
from what I've
guideline.
seen.
Right. So,
Yeah.
I'm good with whatever you guys want to do. If you guys want to change that to 250, so it'd be $1 million total, that's fine by me.
So, $1 million, you want me to move that to million? Okay.
250 it is? There's one thing I didn't see it on here, and I'm not for sure if it's supposed to be on here, but the parking lot on South Main Street. Is it in?
The what?
The parking lot on South Main Street?
It's a capital project. It wouldn't be on.
Oh, that's already something that's, okay. Just want to make sure.
So we'll go to community support now. I know we've
Where's it
kind of
budgeted?
adjusted these already.
This is all the capital projects. Yeah. We have those placeholders,
It's not
so,
on the
but they would,
What about the $6 million that we were talking about building the firehouse out of it? Is that not
That's,
someplace that would come?
that wouldn't, I don't think parking lots are under that tax rate.
okay, so I'd like to find some place to get the money from to get that parking lot done. Can you help us?
Tell me where. I mean, I just,
Yeah, well, isn't it in the current year, isn't it gonna be brought before the board again for approval?
yeah,
Which parking lot?
In front of the board, you still need to find a place to get the money out of, so where would it come out of? The what?
Yeah, we got it all went around. It's run around full circle. It's ready to go.
Yeah,
Are we talking Elks?
Yes.
Yes. So it's currently budgeted for this year.
Where?
Out of, I believe it's Building Reserve Fund. I don't remember off the top of my head. And so it would just be out of that budget line that is a placeholder?
I mean, I guess that's what you're asking.
I want to make sure it gets done. So if it's already in this fiscal year and we just got to get it in the meeting, let's get it in the meeting. If it's not in this fiscal year, let's get it in this budget so we can get it moving forward. Because that's important.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were still gonna do it in this fiscal year. Not this budget, but the one we're in right now.
Yeah, the one we're in right now, which
Yeah.
would be out of the Building Reserve.
Get it on the agenda.
Get it on the agenda,
Last I
yeah.
heard, he was going back to research some stuff. That's the last I've heard.
Okay. Community support.
We did break out a couple items yesterday. I would like to see if there's any interest in just getting all the columns to even numbers. And if it raises the budget line, $1,000 or something like that, or 500, whatever, it's okay, just to get everything even.
I mean, even numbers, like instead of being like,
Yeah, so like, for
community
instance, the
support?
rodeo was 1,300 something this year, 1,309, 67 cents or something, and we said we were gonna make it another 500, so now it's $1,809 and something cents.
So you just-
make it an even 1,900 or an even 2,000 or something. Make everything a whole number, and then raise the miscellaneous grants, just get it to an even number, like 8,000, get it back to $8,000 or $6,000 or something like that.
Maybe I can provide a little clarification. Everything that's on here that's not miscellaneous is a rounded up number. The reason the ones under miscellaneous end up being these oddball numbers is because we had that budget reduction. And so they come in asking for $2,500 and we say, well, we had a budget reduction of 53%, so you're eligible for $1,307 or something like that. So all these ones in here, those are kind of rounded up numbers and that sort. It's really only the miscellaneous ones that get impacted that way.
And and so I'm really talking about the two that we moved out on the line. They were not an even number. So let's get those to an even number, a rounded number.
Fair enough.
Then make the miscellaneous grants. Once you get the new balance of that, make it an even number closest,
And
like
what was-
6,000 or 7,000 or something like that.
And what did we move out yesterday? I thought that was just like a conversation, and so we just need to approve that this time.
There
We're
was
gonna move
two.
the theater out on the line, and we're gonna move the junior rodeo out on the line.
And what dollar amounts?
Whatever dollar amount we paid them, but round it to the nearest 100.
Alexa and I will go back and find out what we paid them.
Yeah.
We're not gonna, this 169,900 might go up by a few $100 as we're rounding those numbers to something more even, but it's not gonna be, it's really a grain of sand on the beach compared to what we're doing here, so.
Okay, so like the junior rodeo, we paid them $1,307.49.
But then we,
wanted
but then we
1,800? We added 500 to it.
added 500, but that was deducted off the Churchill County Junior Livestock Show.
Yeah. Yeah, or
Yes,
2,000 or 1,800,
2,000.
2,000.
okay.
And the theater, what was it?
Oh, the theater. We did a couple of them, didn't we?
Just those two.
Those two added together.
But I mean, did we do a couple events for
Those
the
two added
theater?
together.
Theater, 1,307.49 plus 200, plus 41.
So, what is it? Well, I have Excel right here.
2,180.
So like 3,500? 3,500?
Perfect.
$2,180 and $1,307.49.
She doesn't have one. What about the tricks and treat? Oh, that's something else.
No, so the trick or treat thing is the Fallon Community Theater.
I
The
thought
trick-
it, wasn't it the
The spooktac-
volunteers or something?
Spooktacular.
Oh, okay.
Right now, we're at $3,487.49. So making it even, $3,500, one line theater.
Okay. And then one line for the junior rodeo, 2,000, and we're going to take 5 away from the junior livestock show. And
Yes.
the rest is going to come out of miscellaneous grants.
Yes.
Okay.
Does that work?
Well, I think you're going to have no money left in your miscellaneous grants.
That's why I'm saying, once you get those two numbers out of there, prop it back up to like 6,000 at least.
So you want to
Okay.
increase the budget? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Do you guys want to go over the 2028 and 2029 projects, or just leave those alone for now? Wow, God bless, perfect, love it, love it.
I didn't want to go line by line.
No.
What are we doing?
Grand total, Sherry?
Oh, we increased that budget by, I don't know. How about 1.5 million
Total?
total? And I did pull out some of those standalone accounts that I didn't use their revenues for my projection, so,
So 700K short, right now, 700K short.
yeah.
We're good shape.
Rounding error.
Rounding error. Okay, is there any more questions or comments about this? Any more questions or comments?
Nope.
Is there any public comment?
Good starting point.
Okay, we stand adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sherry and Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well,
You can take off at 5 o'clock.
do you have everything, hopefully? I do. Okay, because I wanted to